What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com, back again with a very special release. You know it's got to be special if it brought C-Dub back. I've been inactive for almost 2 years, so you know, attention to the bone world lately, but then something popped up for me. I saw an E.1999 Eternal re-release. Now, it gets re-released all the time. We've seen tons of re-releases, but when I saw the pictures of this re-release, I was like, oh, I gotta get my hands on this. We gotta take a closer look. So this is the E.1999 Eternal re-release from vinylmeplease.com. And when I saw these pictures, man, they did something with Eternal that we've never seen before. I just saw some of the pictures, but I had to get my hands on it. So here we are. I haven't even opened it up. You see, they sent it out packaged well. Let's get into this. I'm excited. I don't want to do any damage. All right. Oh yeah, that's packaged nicely. All right. Wow, y'all. Wow. Holy. I gotta tell you guys, right off the break, man, this is very impressive. Wow. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's start. Let's get it open. All right. Break down what we got going on, because there's a lot and I haven't even got into it. All right, so we got this spine. I'm not gonna read all of this. Bone Thugs and Harmony have ascended to a plateau of the Grammy rap stardom. All right, so we got like a little bio right here. This is to kind of try to sell anybody that hasn't been sold. Now, what's cool here is we got the cover. This is all foil. The E.1999, the Eternal, the Bone Thugs, this is all foil. Wow, it looks incredible. This looks incredible. So first thing I noticed is we got this, you know, the standard back cover. We got the Eric Wright 1152-3 logo. We got Ruthless, and we got some Vinyl Me Please information. But what's cool is on the back of this, we got this. And I don't know if we've ever seen this before without this text on it. So they gave us something that we haven't had in this form before. Wow. It's really nice. This is a completely separate sheet. You could frame this. There's a lot of things you could do with this. Your boy C-Dub, I'm probably framing this. That's incredible. All right, let's get that over here. Let's get into it. Oh boy. I don't know what the actual record release is like the original ones. So I don't know how big that artwork is. You know, me, I've never seen the artwork like this at this size. I'm not saying it hasn't been done because again, I didn't see the original releases, but to just see the size of this, to see this map like this, and to see the, you know, the Oracle little script, really cool. All right, let's get in. All right, so we got our records. What a nice slip. Wow, check that out. What's really cool is seeing this right here. You know that that's an overlay. Tyree is actually who designed that. We had a 3-man team. We had Don Cunningham, Julio, who we've interviewed. Check out that Julio interview. And then Tyree. Tyree was responsible for this. Other side, we got just what's on it. The OG Ruthless Records. Beautiful print on this side. Very cool, y'all. Very, very cool. Very cool. Now, this is the part, and I'll put on screen, I'm not going to destroy mine, but I have a close friend that took it on the chin for us and destroyed theirs. Okay, we got a little book in here too. It's going to be hard to see, but you can see in there, we have that oracle, you know, it was over the, what was that over? It was over this, actually. This booklet they popped out. So we had that overlay over this picture of the suppress, invoke, and it was over this. So now we get them both separately. That's incredible. I've never seen this photo like this. Very cool. We got a whole book here. Bone Thugs and Harmony on the front, or I guess that would be the back. And then let's get in. We got a nice bio going on. A lot here. We'll make sure we'll make sure we get Johnny to do this whole thing. So we'll do a separate release with this entire bio in here. Very cool. We got the picture from under the map as its own photo. I believe this is the photo that is considered the Escape from Hell photo, but it may not be. This may be Escape from Hell. I'm not sure which one. This one's cool because you can see here, I've always seen like this, but you can see like there's a gun in here. Yeah, very cool, guys. So we got Escape from Hell photo, I think, one of those two. Continue to have like a bio about the author. So we got, it's like David May. Huge picture of the crystal ball with Eazy-E in it, dedicated to Eazy-E. Bone Thugs and Harmony on the back. Wow, this thing's beautiful, man. This is, what a surprising release for us to get. Just to see this artwork kind of in a different way after all these years. All right, let's grab the other record. All right. So once again, now the last one I showed you, I'm pretty sure Tyree was responsible for drawing that one as well. This one, I know he designed. I've seen his original art for it. The beautiful record again. Backside, Ruthless, original Ruthless. Man, this thing is nice. This thing is nice. VinylMePlease.com doing a great job. The inside, we have more artwork. Something pretty interesting about this artwork that we're going to get into in another video. But we got some more artwork. I don't believe we've seen this artwork printed on anything like this. Looks like we got some ancient ruins and maybe something pointing to them. I'm not really sure. But our friend destroyed it, so we have a destroyed version that I'm going to put up there. This is a really cool package, you guys. I don't buy a lot of vinyl anymore. I know I bought that Creeping on a Come Up vinyl, and I don't buy a lot of vinyl anymore. But I had to get this one. Even if you're not a vinyl collector, I really, really recommend getting this. This is a beautiful package. What a great re-release. E.1999 Eternal. You can get this at vinylmeplease.com. You can become a member. You can get it as low as like $30. I think the non-member price was like $50. If you're a vinyl collector and a bone collector, this is without question worth getting. But even if you're not, even if you are just a bone collector, this thing is incredible. Incredible. The artwork, getting a chance to see this artwork like this, you know, these things that were on the disc, for instance, and things like that. Really cool. Really cool. And I love this front, seeing this high resolution front with this foil like this. Really cool. I highly recommend this for all our Beyond the Harmony listeners, for our collectors. Check this out. Again, it's vinylmeplease.com. Like $36 if you're a member, $50 if you are not. To get a re-release like this before its anniversary is awesome. Who knows what's going to happen once we have the big anniversary. We got 2024, the 30-year anniversary coming up of Bone Thugs and Harmony. 2025 will give us 30 years since Eternal, so we're getting this before the 30-year mark. Who knows what we'll get then? I co-sign this very, very heavily, though. I can't wait to frame some of this up. This artwork is just what I really was in this for. But I might have to throw this on a record player just to get Eternal on a record, just to hear it. I love what they did with the records themselves, not the standard black record. We got some really cool prints on that. So yeah, y'all, I just wanted to share this with you guys, do a quick video, let you know that we are back. We are back, y'all. Season 5 is upon us, Beyond the Harmony. Shout out my co-host, Jonathan Lippy. Shout out my co-host, Matt Weaver. And shout out our new team members that we have working behind the scenes. It takes a whole team to make the dream happen. We had the whole team on board for this one. Again, that's vinylmeplease.com. I am Cecil West, and this was a very, very special release from Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com. Get out there and get your hands on this Eternal now. Season 5, y'all. I'll catch y'all on the next one.
Disclaimer. We are regular guys who love to talk Bone Thugs and Harmony. We do not represent Bone Thugs or any Bone affiliate. We are also not Bone Thugs experts. The views and information you hear in this podcast may be based on personal opinion. Please feel free to leave corrections and clarifying information in the comments. And enjoy.
What's up, y'all? It's Cecil West, Beyond the Harmony, beyondtheharmony.com. Back again with the one and only
Jonathan as Alice in Wonderland and Neo going down the rabbit hole tonight. Lippy!
And he is the co-host and coast to coast and come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter. Ladies and gentlemen,
I am Matthew Weaver.
and this is Beyond the Harmony Live, the undisputed, undefeated #1 Bonecast. Doesn't matter who the fuck you interview, #1 in the world. And we're here tonight to finally do it. It's DC night, Donald Cunningham, top 5 of my fucking all-time interview list.
been working on this for 8 years. RC Thugsta has been working like a psychopath. So much time, so much work, so many years, so much decoding, reading, going manic crazy has happened to pull this off tonight.
Yeah, and like Gary Ballon, Don's been on the Cecil's most wanted list since season 1. So here we are 8 years later, and we are going. This is the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of East 1999, and it all happens tonight. This is the moment I've all been waiting for. This is the climax to the whole experience. So I'm super fired up for tonight.
Indeed.
I have this filed under not gonna happen. Like when Cecil wants something, he makes it happen, right? I mean, and this was always in the top 5, like even before I joined. I think that if I had to guess, and for it to be happening, it just doesn't seem real yet. Like I think more information could potentially be revealed today than in any other single episode, maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I don't know. You know how the art guys like, Tyree and Julio, you got to think about those interviews. Like, they leave a lot to the imagination. Let's touch on a couple things because we're running a little behind, and I want to get him on. First, shout out to RC Thugsta. I was saying in the Discord, absolutely first time in the 8-year history of the show that I didn't write a single question. Actually, I went through and I filled in a couple, but literally 99% of the questions tonight, RC Thugsta fielded. He did every question that I would have asked and more. He wrote an interview that I humbly say that I would not have been able to write. And it's the first time in the history of the show. We always work together. We always collaborate on questions here. But first time in the history of the show that I let somebody else take the reins, and he did a phenomenal job. So shout out to RC Thugs.
It's so good that it looks like the East 1999 Eternal strategy guide or the coffee table book.
Yeah.
It's like 150 plus slide deck, pictures, images, references.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we got to repackage this somehow, like a limited run or something, because this thing is, we can't just like let this thing die, only seen by us. We'll figure out something because this thing is amazing.
I didn't feel worthy to be looking at it. Like RC put so much work into it, and it's like, I don't know why that didn't click for me, but it is a coffee book table, John. I think that's a perfect analogy. Yeah.
Just want to let everybody know, because we kind of give you the updates. Just earlier today, we crossed 127,000 subscribers. We're literally just picking up residual, 1,000 people a month off the shorts that John uploaded. We really haven't even done any new ones except for the Lazy Bone one. The lazy one. John, did you see the numbers that I sent you earlier for the Lazy Bone interview?
Yes, I did. If you wanted to mention them, you can, but that's the repackaging, the beauty of the repackage. And I think even repackaging it was a good thing to do because it broke it up. A lot of people said to me, like, man, that interview was amazing. It took me a few days to get through, though, because the duration was so impressive on it.
It's done
Cecil wanted to make sure everybody got their money worth.
It's done almost 400,000 total plays on YouTube, including the original interview, the eras, and then the shorts. That doesn't include any of its thousands of plays on any other platform. So shout out to the Lazy Bone interview. Still putting up numbers. We're still putting up numbers. 127,000 subscribers, laying it down. I just want to announce, and then I guess if you're part of the Discord, we're going to talk about the DAT tapes. I want to do it now, but I want to get Don on. So just know the DAT tape discussion is coming. But I want to announce that we're going to be premiering a brand new segment on here called Serving the Fiends. And it's going to be hosted by our friends from Is This Mic On? And essentially, they're going to take some of the interviews that I don't have time to do. There's so many people that want to be interviewed, that I want to interview, that deserve an interview, that I just don't have the time, and we really don't. And I've talked for many years about staff, and I love those guys over there. And we talked about it, and so they're gonna start a new segment. It's gonna be pre-recorded to start, and they're gonna do some interviews, and I think it's gonna be great. And you guys are gonna get, just some of the other, some of the affiliate interviews, just some of the people, Family Affairs wanted to come on for a long time. I'm going to make sure they get on through Serving the Fiends. So shout out to Is This Mic On? Brand new segment coming from them. And
they did a legendary interview with K Chill on the corner of East 99 and St. Clair.
Phenomenal.
It was history in the making. So they demonstrated that they are as awesome as I thought they were. And we also did a 4-hour podcast with them a couple weeks ago, and it was a really good time. So big shout out to them. And I'm glad they're doing a little side stuff for us.
Yep. So we're gonna talk the DAT tapes. Crazy wants to know if the super chats tonight are going towards the DATs. We're doing the DATs donations completely separate. If you want to donate to the DAT situation, you can contact John or join the Discord, and we'll go over that more in detail tonight after the interview when we wrap up. But
y'all stick around.
Yeah, it's gonna be. We got a lot going on. K Chill's God's Plan with Lazy Bone is out now, and we're also going to touch on the Two True project we've been working on, the DAT tapes, a little more Lazy and Blaze stuff. So there's a lot going on, but I want to get Don in here so we can get the party started.
The Wizard of East 1999.
No.
Yo.
Don't say wizard. I'm all blurry. Let's see how I make myself unblurry.
You're good. You just blurred the background.
Because this was we did this for work, but
yes.
And I never changed it. Let's see.
Down, the legend is in the building.
There's a video tab, and if you click that, it'll say blur my background, and you can unblur it.
Yeah. Are we already filming, or we have?
Oh yeah, we're live. Everybody's seeing you, Don.
What's going on, everybody? I know you're joking. Show captions, whiteboards, chat, reactions, participants. Stop video. We don't want to do that.
Don Cunningham, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It looks good. No one's gonna.
More apps, auto caption, video and effects. Mirror my video, center stage, touch up my appearance. You can do that. Just for low light, portrait lighting, keep background and effects.
You're looking good, other than it bouncing right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys.
Looks good.
There we go. All right.
Beautiful. Well, Don, I gotta tell you, we were saying before you got in here that this has been a long time coming.
Very much so.
8 years of me harassing you in every media possible, and a lot of side conversations between you and I.
Yes,
and,
you didn't give up.
Yeah, I did. Hey, if I'm anything, I'm persistent. So, but over 8 years, I can't believe it's been 8 years of us conversating. Over 8 years, we've built a pretty good relationship, and we speak pretty frequently, and it all sprung from when we had Julio on, and he had so many things to say about you, and just the things that you had done during this time. So
threw me under the bus, made it all me. It was all him.
He did. Tyree as well, actually. So they've both been
Tyree.
on. They've both been on, and they both said, "Hey, Don's the mastermind that you need on." And so, of course, you led me on for 8 years, but finally, here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah. So I just want to jump into the basics, first, just kind of setting it up, because we know so little about you, and I guess what what's kind of the start? You know, where was Donald Cunningham born? You know, just a little bit of background.
Let me try to keep it relevant. So the chain that leads up to Bone was that, I think, like Tyree said, I was going to Cal Poly engineering student. I changed my major a couple of times, but the way I met Tyree was my dad and his mom, of course, were dating, and they were doing real estate, and so I got into real estate. And like maybe one of my last years of college, on and off, I came up with cancer. So I had cancer, and you know, I think I was maybe in my early 20s, and kind of sucked. And I didn't know, you know, you go from being indestructible to, you know, you got cancer, you got to go to chemotherapy every other week. And, you know, it messes you up. Your hair starts to, my hair didn't fall out, but it got like really straight. And I got down 163 pounds. And so a friend of mine who I went to Cal Poly with said, hey, don't sit home and die. You can come down here at Motown and you can work for free. Mm. And so I went down there and I became an intern in Motown. And in my innocence, I didn't realize, as you know, I'm delivering memos to people and doing whatever I can do between my chemotherapy treatments. And in my innocence, what I didn't know was that even though I was delivering memos, I wasn't supposed to be writing my own memos and delivering to people. So I made some Motown letterhead, and I started telling them ideas about, hey, let's go to this club, or here's an idea for an ad, you know, some ad copy, or here's a contest we could run, or I think I did something like we could do a museum for one of the, like, Stevie Wonder, just anything I could think of, I'd make a memo about it. And I probably should have been fired, but one day they had a job opening, and the guy who ran Motown named Gerald Busby called me on the phone. I thought it was a joke. Anyway, after I kind of, not really insulted him, but I was like, hey, yeah, right, man, sure. Yeah, I'm hired, sure, man, sure. And the next thing I actually was hired, and I ended up at Motown working as a product manager. And that's where I met Cassandra Ware. I didn't really meet Tamika, but Tamika worked there. She worked there for Clarence Avant. She was his assistant. I think he just passed away. And while working at Motown, and Cassandra and I used to do promotions. You know, she thought I was a creative guy, so she would always say, hey, D, come down here and do this, or help me with this little problem, or help me figure this out, or whatever it was. And then one day she was like, hey, you want to work at Ruthless Records? And I was like, Rufus? I thought she said Ruthless Records, like Shaka Khan and Rufus. And I'm like,
that was Cassandra that said it?
Yeah. I'm like, why would I work for Rufus? That's like, how old are they? Even though I'm old now, but at the time, Rufus and Shaka Khan was like old. I was like, no. But she's meant Ruthless Records. And I think she did introduce me officially to Tamika. And then they invited me to go over to her house, and I met Eazy-E. And remember, this wasn't real to me. This is a guy who just came off having cancer. And I ended up with a job, still doing chemotherapy. This was my last chemotherapy treatment. And then the next thing I know, like, they're like, hey, go to Eazy-E's house. He wants to meet you. And for me, Eazy-E was like, you know, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. I should have turned this off.
It's actually kind of cool seeing the D Cunningham on screen.
Yeah, am I back? Let's see. Okay, I'm back. Let me turn this phone off. Or at least turn it down. Anyway, I mean, we all knew when NWA first came out, it was liberating music, you know, especially you could just fuck the police. That, especially to a young black dude in his 20s, I was in college, I was in my militant phase, you know, that Eazy-E, Chuck D and help me out, Public Enemy.
Oh yeah,
Professor Griff.
Yeah.
So
KRS.
I'm sitting here talking to Eazy-E, and I have no idea what I'm doing or why I'm talking to Eazy-E, because I'm going to be honest, I don't really know anything. I never wanted to be in the music industry. I was never interested in any of that kind of stuff. It's just I had cancer, and a friend said, "Come down here. Don't have cancer and die. You can just you can walk around here and be around people.
So, okay, couple questions. First,
Yes.
at Motown,
Motown.
did you do any of the like artwork or anything over there, or like how did you transition to starting to do this art? You know,
none whatsoever. Julio was working in Motown, and there was a guy who I guess was a mentor of mine. His name was Jonathan Clark, and he was the man. He was he was the guy I was trying to please, because whatever ideas I had, I ran by him first, and he hated them all. But he hated them all because, again, he knew I didn't know anything. But probably a lot of other people at Motown didn't know anything. They were transitioning from radio directed marketing to street marketing, or how everything used to be all about radio and DJs. And then I think the street was coming up, the street DJs, the club DJs, and all those people became more important. But Jonathan Clark ran their art department. I was making like little ads, little copy and ads for some of the artists, because I don't think they did a lot of advertising campaigns then. And that's kind of how I got into doing some art, because when I sent my memos, I would always put a picture on it. And the picture wasn't anything grand. It was like a program I had called CorelDRAW, which was, it was nothing. It was like, I don't even know if they even make CorelDRAW anymore, which is going to explain something about the Bone Thugs artwork. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. So when the because quite a few people came over from Motown over to Ruthless.
Yes.
Did that happen kind of like as a wave of Motown over, or did it was like one at a time people started to come over? Because Julio came over, Cassandra came over.
Julio was at Motown. He worked in the art department. I think he might have left first to do his own thing, maybe. And then, but I had kept in touch with Julio, because so Motown was almost like a campus. You could walk around to different offices and rooms and hang out with people. And sometimes, like in the art department was the most fun, because Jonathan Clark would be in there. He's in there telling stories. So we would, I would go into the art department and hang out, and Julio was always there, and they're working on the computer. And I didn't know anything about Photoshop at the time, but he was so that's the connection. So Julio, when I started working on Bone, I knew Julio, so I brought him into it. Some of the people in the office, probably through Tamika and Cassandra, they ended up over at Ruthless Records as well.
Yeah.
So it's just, it's like, it's who you know.
So
when you want to put somebody down, you want to put somebody down that you know.
So I know that there were people that post, Eazy-E passing away, that, Tamika, from her relationship with people at Motown, she started to bring some people in, some people that were at Ruthless got replaced. But you had kind of made the transition prior to that, and you said that you met Eazy. Do you remember how old you were roughly when you had met Eazy?
No, he, from what I understood, and I don't think he wanted to hire me. I think that was Cassandra, because I made, my claim to fame was I can make like a little marketing campaign, and I did it on paper, and I had some pictures, and I would come up with some sayings, and so I presented this to Eazy, and as I'm looking at it, I was like, damn, this is stupid. Why'd I make that? I should have just talked to him. I think I had a picture of like a half naked girl on the front, and I was like, this is how we do the album, and yeah, it was dumb. But I'm going off on a tangent now.
That's okay.
I'm going to say, when I met Eazy, he wasn't what I expected. He wasn't at all. He was very progressive. He was talking about stuff like doing video games and selling speakers and comic books and making movies, and he wasn't just talking about just making an album. So he saw that it was going to be a whole multi-level ecosystem. Way back, we do it now, but that was way back in the early 90s. We had some chicken wings. He was drinking this red stuff, and he coughed a little bit, and then I want to say he gave me a tape of some of the other artists he had, not Bone yet, and maybe Bone was on the tape. Just Douglas Ruggs Bone was on the tape, and I think a couple of days later, Cassandra said, "Yeah, you're going to be hired. You're going to be working on this group called Bone Thugs and Harmony."
Wow.
And I'm ashamed to say that I didn't know what Bone Thugs and Harmony was. I really didn't.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not a music guy. I wasn't into that. I wasn't into that kind of gangster rap. And then after that, maybe like a week later, they said he went to the hospital, and everybody knows. I tried to send him. Well, keep going. I'll let you ask questions, and we'll get there.
Yeah, no, I mean, totally. Go where you want. We'll punch in where it makes sense because you're hitting a lot of things that that I would ask. So, you know, so it sounds like you meeting Eazy. I mean, it was a real quick thing with you guys, right?
I met him one time. Like I said, I spent an hour, 2 hours. He and Tamika were there. He talked most. Tamika was, she made some good chicken wings that day.
Yeah.
She did. But to me, it was just like, I'm like, it hadn't really set in yet. I don't know if you would ever, like if for some reason you like, even when I'm driving home, I'm like, that was motherfucking Eazy-E. And, he had a hat on and maybe he had like a little Chucky doll in his house. And yeah, it was surreal. It was surreal. And then a couple of days later, she was like, yeah, he's going to hire you and you get paid this and we're going to be working on this. And remember, in my mind, I'm still going to die, even though my chemotherapy is done. I'm like, yeah, that shit will probably come back next year. And then that I'll be out of here. And that was my mentality for many years, that cancer would be back and my time is, I think, yeah, I had this weird vision once when I was in the hospital when I had a blood clots, and I think it was like choose, and I was like, okay, record industry, and I was like, damn, I should have said the movie industry, but I ended up in the record industry.
Yes.
You got a question?
Yeah. So, okay. So very limited time, because I think that people have always wondered if Eazy had any influence, going into the Bone stuff on you guys, but it sounds like your time was limited where, did you guys have any discussion when you found out you're going to be hired, you're going to work on the Bone stuff? Were there any of the Eazy-E ideas in there, or like how did the artwork, and we'll get deeper into it, but like where did like the ideas and kind of like just like the overall theme start to come from to put that artwork together?
I mean, I think I'd heard like little whispers that Eazy-E liked some of the occult and some of some the more dangerous philosophy kind of art. But no, I never talked to him about it. In fact, there was there was a Bone Thugs and Harmony album package before the one you guys saw. It was BS. It was horrible. In fact, I redid their logo with just some fonts, and then we had some kind of pictures where they were like in like little frames. It was something that Julio mocked up, and the reason we did that is because you're on a schedule, man. When you're trying to put an album out, you're on a schedule. And also remember that Eric was in the hospital and his company was being attacked. Well, I don't want to say being attacked. I don't really know too much about it, but I know that he was trying to get control of his company. He wanted, he had hired Cassandra, and he was trying to put company in the order where he thought it made sense. And so we got to keep money coming in. And one of the ways you keep money coming in is have an album coming out. And to do that, it's not like today where everything is digital, where you can do stuff on a dime. Then we had to send artwork in and mechanicals and all that. And then they had to put that stuff together. And then somebody had to go out and they had a solicitation date where you have to have all your stuff in on this day if you want them to take it out to all these record stores and record accounts to solicit and, see what your money's going to be like. And so something had to be done. And so we mocked up this thing, and it was horrible. As I look back on it, it was horrible. At the time, I was like, yeah, it's great. But it was because
that was for Eternal, you're saying?
That was for E.1999 Eternal.
Yeah.
And the reason it was so great is because of all the record albums I had worked on before that, there was none. That was the first thing that I ever did. And I did not know what I was doing. I'm not a graphic designer. I'm not an art director. And I have no idea why Cassandra said, go meet Eazy-E, other than the fact that I used to have a bunch of crazy ideas about whatever she would tell me about. I'm like, yeah, let's do it this way. You know,
Even though it was, you thought it was bad artwork, do you remember, like, recall what it all was, what was of?
Oh, to be honest, I think what happened was and we'll get to this too, we didn't have anything. At the time, Bone was estranged from Ruthless. I think they were probably unhappy with Eric for whatever reason. And I don't, like I said, if I say anything, and I know I saw Lazy last week, and he like I said, he looked good, and I'm glad he said, you know, I'm surprised he said, "Oh yeah, Don." I thought, you know, I have a tendency to talk, so I thought maybe he was like that. A guy used to talk to me all the time, and I was trying to get away. But you know, that was 30 years ago. So the people that they were then, they are not now.
Yeah,
they're totally different guys.
The time frame you're actually talking about, and them being kind of like distant, was because when Eric got sick, they kind of had no idea. So they're in the middle of recording the album, and they're waiting for checks and money, and all of a sudden they're not getting shit, and they're not getting answers from anybody. So they thought, before they found out he was in the hospital, they thought Eric had just kind of dropped him. And so they were like, you know, what the fuck is going on here? In fact, I think Busy said he ended up going back to Cleveland for a little bit because it was like, hey, this is over.
Yeah. Well, luckily it wasn't over. And I remember, again, part of it was like the first album cover, and even E.1999 Eternal. A lot of the answers are like, why did you do that? Is because we didn't have Bone available. We were boneless. Yeah. We had no Bone. But I'm surprised. I don't know if Julio kept a copy of it, but it was really bad. It was like something that, you know, like your mom or your dad would do, because it was just like, we had a couple of pictures, and I think he did like a little collage of the same pictures. It was like some faded black and white, and then the little ugly logo I made, it wasn't their logo. It was just something which I was pretty happy with. I'm like, hey, I made a logo, but no, it was bunk. But and I'm not sure. I think we did miss a date. We missed a date for solicitation, and then I could have swore I gave it to somebody to show Eric, and I never really got any response. And then I got some more pictures, and they was like, well, what else can you do? Can you do something else? I'm like, yeah, I got an idea. I think I was actually working on the other one anyway, but I had to turn something in that day. Yeah. So I think Julio mocked something up, because I didn't know Photoshop at the time. I barely knew CorelDRAW. So anyway, and obviously Eric passed away. And, you know, I don't think anybody was getting paid anything, because again, the company was shut down. I think, like, I was staying in this one of my friend's apartments, this model girl from, that's not important. Anyway, I was staying in her apartment. She'd gone to New York, and so she said, hey, rent my apartment for me. And so we actually had a couple of meetings in that apartment, which was de facto Ruthless Records, because we had a couple, you know, I think it was me, Sean, Cassandra, maybe it was Jason, and we were meeting in the apartment until all hours of the night, trying to put something together, because we're like, we got to keep the company going. We got to get paid, because it was shut down for a minute. And I think the courts had actually locked the doors to the office, or said we had to lock the doors or something.
Wow. So then how did you go from turning, like, how much time passed by between you turning in what you felt wasn't top notch to creating the 31-year mystery for the rest of us? Like, how did the skills quantum leap? That, I guess you said you were working it on the side, but I mean, how does it happen so quick?
I'm trying not to make this mystical. I'm trying to just keep it in reality. No, keep it in reality.
Make it mystical,
we're all
baby.
mystical
We're very
over
mystical over here.
I'm going to say it was, I mean, some days I don't know how it came up with stuff. I know I wasn't sleeping a lot. Was there Red Bull back then in the 1990s?
No.
Coffee and cocaine.
Mountain Dew.
No. I don't do drugs. I wouldn't even know where to find cocaine. But I was not sleeping. And I remember that. And remember, I only had like CorelDRAW, which was you can make like little cheap line stuff, or do with clip art. So if you look at the Bone album, a lot of the stuff that Julia was like, hey, Don did that. It's clip art. It's clip art, and I just stretched it out. That's pretty much it. And then the ideas, like, I think while I was at Motown, there was one of my ideas was, hey, let's put the 900 number on some of the jazz albums so people can call and get information about the album. And I'll put it on the ads as well so people can call and hear some music. And then also you guys will get paid for it. I don't know if they actually did it or not. And also like email marketing, things like that. And so when I'm presented like, hey, we got to get an album out. And then I started hearing the music. Somebody gave me the music. And I'm sure you remember the first time that you heard that album.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And not just one song, but it was like song after song after song. And it wasn't just an album. It was like a movie. It was like this deep movie. And I listened to it over and over and over again. I mean, well into the night. I still don't know a single lyric of anybody's rap other than the word yum yum donuts, which is what we used to think they said. But things started coming to me. And I'm like, okay, so I don't have any pictures. East 1999. Okay, so it's about end of the world. So and then I knew I wanted the end of the world, and I'm like, well, can I build like a little tiny miniature set? I don't know how to do that. And then I had a girlfriend who worked at what was it? Quentin
Frost.
Quentin Frost worked at a company called, who knows?
Yeah, it's changed now, but now he's gone on to work with DreamWorks and all kinds of stuff.
He worked at a place. This is back when 3D was first, I think just to render that background that now we all know we could do in less than 20 seconds in a simple prompt. It took them they were like, oh, it's going to be 16 hours to render it, 14 hours, come back tomorrow, come back in 2 days. And so, but I had a girlfriend who worked at his company as their receptionist, and she told me, hey, they do 3D here. And I said, you know what, maybe I want to build it in 3D. And so I met those guys.
Oh, shit.
I don't think I had any money. I just went in there and because again, we hadn't been paid yet. And, or maybe I used the money I had. I was still working in Motown on the side. And I just started. And when I got the cover done, I probably took it to Julio. He saw it. We didn't have any pictures. Those pictures of those guys, they were nowhere around. They wouldn't talk to us. They wouldn't talk to me. They didn't know who I was. And so I couldn't ask them, hey, can I put this on there? Put that on there. And we had the little goofy picture of them standing up in those things. And I mean, come on, it looks horrible looking today. It doesn't look like they're actually on the street. They're pasted on there. But that's the best that we could do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Julio wasn't talented, but that's the best that we can do. But now, it's a whole different world.
Yeah. Quentin actually said, as far as the rendering, he was, when I talked to him, he was like, yeah, we wanted to have more like of the skulls on the ground and stuff like that. But he had said the same thing. He's like, to render this.
Yeah. It's horrible.
Yeah. He was like, it was a nightmare.
I think the glowing eyes were put in by Julio. I don't think that wasn't something they rendered. Julio put in the glowing eyes on the skull because like I said, he made it as small as possible. I'm not even sure about even the Eazy-E up in the window. That might have been Julio put that in there. Maybe Quentin did. I don't recall, but I think maybe even Julio put that in there.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things. Quentin was like, yeah, they asked us to put Eazy in the window. It's so long ago that
maybe he did. Maybe he did.
Yeah,
it would have been me that asked him, and that was probably I think there was an album cover for Hotel California, and there was some album cover where somebody was up in the window, and it was I thought that was cool. It wasn't supposed to be part of the image; it was something that maybe you notice sometime, and it's like, oh shit, look at that. Yeah, and again, I don't know what I'm doing, so when you don't know what you're doing, you can do everything. And that's basically it.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm going to jump around now, too. I don't usually do this. I usually let the guests jump around and I keep things in order. But I'm going to jump around and ask, an iconic thing for the fans. The fans, yes. and I've asked you a lot about this, the fucking clean version, right? It's black and white. Instead of them on the cover, it's got the skull. And it was sent off to all the radio. And, was there ever a point that might have been the cover instead of what ended up the cover?
Probably so. Remember again, so the way it worked was, like I said, back then was sales solicitation. You have to have all your things done. You have to have And even if you say, well, here's the album cover, our distributor was Relativity Records through Red, and then I guess then ultimately Sony. So, and they were doing covers, or they were doing albums packaging before that. A great guy named Dave Bett and a guy named Alan Grunblatt. And so they had, you know, but now Tamika's like, we're going to do all this in-house, which is great. And so more than likely they had to get something to radio. So they were like, what do you got? We got this, here, use that. And that's why the covers are different. In fact, that's why a lot of things are different, because it was like, we're under the gun every day. And they want us to, I don't think anybody wants us to fail, but nobody expected us to get it done because, and like I said, 30 years ago, if I'm wrong, if somebody ever hears this, who am I? But it seemed like, you know, everybody was kind, but it seemed like they didn't really expect us. And I made mistakes, but we got it done. I think luckily Julio had already been through the process of turning in mechanicals and files and all that stuff. And so kind of just pushed it all on him. And then he made sure stuff got where it was supposed to get. But then just making sure we had to even get him the stuff he had to get, you know, I got to think of something. We got to put something on the cover.
Along the lines of you guys having to meet all these deadlines and push things in all the time, I had bought like a bunch of different variants of Eternal, and I noticed the barcode kept moving around, the colors of the text on the back kept changing, the RIP Eazy-E thing kept moving around. Okay. Was that something you guys consciously did?
No, it was probably updates. It wasn't, and Julia maybe you can speak to it, but it was like, it could have been many things. When we got to, you know, I'm going to say the word reprint. I don't know what the official word was at the time, but when we reprinted something, maybe somebody had made a mistake. Maybe they forgot to credit somebody, or it could have just been that we got to do a new run. You know, we're going to do a new run, and so somebody said, "Hey, let's put this on there." I think that's what happened with which I think it's better. If you look at the very first East 1999 disc, it just had Tyree's artwork.
Yeah.
And then we did a second run, and you're going to see that it has like Sanskrit and some other emblems and runes on it. Yeah. And that's because they were like, we're going to do another run. And I was like, cool. Well, I got this one still. It wasn't ready then, but it's ready now. So can we put that on there? And I think, and then like I said, some stuff we had to push through. Like when we said we're going to have a artwork that is basically invisible, almost invisible ink on a silver tray, the people above us are like, yeah, they don't, nobody does that. But yeah, but it'll look cool. It'll look cool. So they let us, I'm surprised that Tamika, she let us do a lot of stuff to her credit that a lot of people probably been like, no, that's dumb. Just do it like everybody else does it.
Did you have to get a custom printer to get that, like on the second edition, to get all that stuff on the plastic? I didn't even know that was a possible thing to do. I didn't even know that could be done.
That'd be I don't remember. That would be a Julio question. I think, like I said, when I went to go take stuff down, I went to a place that he would send me to, but he laid all that stuff out. And I think, and he probably would have been the one who said, yeah, we can do that. I mean, I probably had the idea. And obviously the CD plate it's a talisman for the album. But yeah, that's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be clear. This, you know, like something you think you might find in an ancient temple, you know. Yeah. Obviously it's a CD, but and that was supposed to be with the runes on it. And we didn't, the first time, it was just something we slapped on and sent out the door. Because in fact, if you look, it's not even symmetric, because Tyree, he was a kid. He drew it. He wasn't drawing things with rulers and stuff. So we didn't have time. We had to get a disc out. We had to get it out. There's just no time. And remember, I got to drive around. I'm driving. There's no messenger service. I'm driving around in my dad's car because my car got wrecked. So I'm driving around in my dad's car, delivering this, taking stuff to Julio, going over to Tyree's. Yeah. And then I'm working on stuff at night, and it was this crazy time, and not sleeping.
Yeah, we had heard just through different interviews. I think actually Julio had brought it up as well, that kind of like when the legal battle for Ruthless, really went big between Tamika and Mike Klein. The doors of the office were locked, and
Yep.
Bones' album is kind of like in limbo in the middle of it, right? And we had heard
Right.
that members of Ruthless, would meet at Julio's place and your place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eazy died March 26th of 95. The album came out July. How much of that art direction kind of happened at your house or Julio's house? And
we met in different places. So like I know, I can see Tyree, myself, and Julio at his place, because Julio, sometimes Tyree would deliver the artwork. He would bring something. But even then, I still had to take whatever he brought. I had to take it someplace and get it photographed so they can make a piece of film and then digitize or scan that piece of film. Unless, I don't think Julio scanned it. He may have had a flatbed scanner. It was just like, I don't use the word ghetto, but we were just anything we could. We had to get something out. And I'm going to be honest, I did not know what I was doing.
It's so amazing.
Or at least I didn't know if somebody asked me. I think people were explaining stuff to me, but I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just, can I think of something cool?
So do you remember you guys finally get, and this is like an ongoing Bone theme, right? You finally get a picture of Bone to put on this cover. And do you remember, was there a shoot specifically done for that, or were they just like, here's a fucking picture to use?
That was a picture. Remember, Bone is out of pocket.
Yeah.
So there were no place, none of those pictures. So that was a picture that maybe Cassandra had. Maybe it was from a press shoot. Their press person was Carrie Cooley. So she had taken pictures of them probably for Thuggish Ruggish Bone whenever they had and that was probably a picture from a photo shoot from Thuggish Ruggish Bone, not for the album, but it may have been for like some press thing. And they were like, here's some pictures, do something with it. And then I'm like what? And so then I just said, let's be literal about it. E.1999 Eternal. Let's see the last street on the last day. And then how can I make that happen? Because I couldn't go to Cleveland. So that's what we ended up with. And I'll be honest, as I look at it, it's kind of cringy now. It's like I know I could. I wish they would let's redo the album so we can all come back and
I love
do our parts over and do it better.
I love that idea. I don't know if it could be done better.
No, I know.
It's like there's something about it that is it's so timeless. And it's even like the mysteries are so big that even like the photos you're talking about, we as fans have tracked down so many photographers and so many photo shoots, and we've got the raw photos, but so many of those pictures, it's just like nobody has. It's like you said, it's almost like Cassandra shot this by her, like a real photographer didn't. It's like there's so much mystery involved. We know Peter Dokas was involved with some of the photos. I was gonna tell you too, an interesting thing is that on Quentin's team, Scott Enyart was part of Quentin's team, and Scott was who shot some of the Kennedy assassination photos that are like huge.
That is fat, yeah.
And so it's just a weird connection. And I don't know if you know or if I ever sent you the video, but Quentin and Scott and another coworker for them named Bob all hid their initials in the steel beams.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Which to me that's cool. That's exactly the kind of thing that I liked. And I didn't know they were doing it. And also, like I said, the other thing that took a long time was, and this was going back to something that the guy at Motown, Jonathan Clark, he was always like, you want to surround, don't do something different for the commercial that you do for the album cover. You want it to all look the same, so it starts to burn into people's minds. And that's why the commercial, the Ouija board commercial, takes place in one of the rooms. That looked like one of the rooms. And we didn't just do, and also because we didn't have Bone. So those pictures that are on the Bone, and it worked out perfectly. Those pictures of Bone that are on the Ouija board commercial for the album are the same ones that are in the album cover.
Yeah.
And then I think I gave him a picture of the skulls. And so I'm like, here, he's the same thing for him. This is all we got. So do something with what we got here.
So I think for the fans, it's safe to say after interviewing Julio, Tyree, and now you that Bone didn't have anything to do with the artwork or the imagery of like Eternal.
No. Only inspired by their music through my own cultural lens and things that I was interested in. And again, like I said, 30 years, different people now. I'm kind of glad that they didn't, because I'm pretty sure they would have said no.
To a lot of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably to all of it. I mean, I later on, after they came back into the fold and, we were working on stuff, they were saying, oh, people think we're devil worshipers, and y'all didn't ask us about this. And it's not about worshiping the devil at all. There's no devil worship in there. In fact, that was the whole point of using Tyree's little saying, don't give props to the devil. So it's not, and I forgot what Mr. Recrustrian Thugster, I think he'll even co-sign that, just because it's a cult doesn't mean it's evil. It's just not what you were taught.
Yeah, that was that was definitely the thing for years, right? Is, oh, Bone, they're devil worshipers, it's this, it's that. And so, but the flip side of that, and we talk about this a lot as fans, is that sure, the music, like you said, sure, the music made us fans, but when we were kids, 95, 96, we got this CD, right, and music was different back then. You literally went through the book and did all the stuff, and
right,
and the imagery, and that's why Beyond the Harmony is so focused on art so much, is the imagery, whether it was art, album art, or music videos, really shaped us, and I think solidified a lot of us as fans. And it's interesting to think about, if Eternal didn't have the artwork that it had, would it have been as impactful to the fans? Because the first time when we were kids, we opened it up and it was that backwards passage. Everybody ran to school and said, have you seen the backwards passage? You got to read it in the fucking thing, and it's all ran together, and you got to do this. And if you read it, you're going to be cursed. It's a curse if you read it. And of course, later on in life, we find out, hey, you got to read it. If you read it, it gives you clues on how to operate the map. If you operate the map correctly, it gives you a number. If you call the number, there's a message from Eazy-E. That's next level shit that I don't know how you even started to think about that. People couldn't create that with AI now. Like, what were the steps in, okay, I'm going to come up with a passage, but the passage will manipulate your moves on the map that will give you an answer to a phone number?
I use ChatGPT for that. No. Man, I do remember, writing that at about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And Eric's story, to me, it was, it was a tragic story, but it was also, well, you did a lot of good things and you mentored these people. And so I wish I had something that said, well, I wrote it because of this and that. And I'll be honest, it just came out. I wrote it straight through. And I wrote it straight. The map, I think I did the map first. And I think somebody thinks it's a pentagram. I don't know why you guys think it's a pentagram, but I did this map. And then I was like, it'd be cool if it turned into a journey along this map. And so, because what the album to me was like this initiatory journey. It's like, first you got to die. If you, back in the secret societies of in the old days, when they would bring an initiate in, the first thing they do is you have to kill them. It's a metaphorical death, obviously. And then you go through all these challenges to where you learn and you grow. And then once you overcome the ultimate challenges, you are resurrected or reborn. And so that's what I heard in the album. And so that's what I put in the story. And that's, if you read that story, it is an initiatory. It's a journey. It's somebody who, and to me, it was like, that was Eazy-E's journey. Was it BS? I don't know. I don't really know what his journey was. It was just the mind of a fan at the time. And I had to put something on the cover. I had to put something inside the book. Like I said, the album to me, I never met these dudes, or DJ Unique. But again, I think we all know when we first heard that album from one song to the next. And even it wasn't a typical album. And so I didn't want it to look like a typical album. I didn't want to just make it a gangster rap or some dudes on the cover smoking or whatever the stuff they had at the time. I'm like, and we followed that through from every video. The CROSSROADS was an idea I had for the movie, but if you look in that was like a narrative story where, we put this dude, we'd never seen images of divinity that were like black people. He was a black angel at the end, but at first everybody thought, oh, he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. Nah, he's an angel, man. You gotta open your perspective a little more. So, and this is, when I say black culture, it just means in that area. So you don't necessarily be like a black person, but if you're in that culture, what you're taught. And we're taught certain things about religion and good and evil and God and the devil. And I didn't believe that. I thought that when I saw it, and so that's what I tried to. So I wasn't trying to make anything necessarily evil. I was just trying to say, here's this other way to look at this. Here's a way to look at it.
Were you disappointed at all when the fans or the people were kind of taking it or perceiving it as this is all really evil?
I was disappointed. I mean, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I forgot, maybe it was lazy or maybe it was crazy. I forgot which one was like, yeah, people think we worship the devil. I don't worship no devil. I think he didn't approve of the album package cover. And I think I tried to explain to him that, and there's a lot of different ways you can look at it. We, in our country, we're basically, at the most part, a Christian country, but even that has roots going back to paganism, where they got the stuff from, and other religions were brought in, but which reflected on the art of war, which is why it never really got finished, because I sort of was like, just do whatever. I don't want to say it like that, like, hey, just do whatever, but yeah, I was like, if you guys not down, and so that's we're gonna leave it like that. So yeah, to answer your question, I'm a little disappointed because I wasn't a devil worshiper. I'm not a devil worshiper. Nobody's worshiping the devil. I don't know if there actually are devil worshipers. I don't know if there actually are devil worshippers. What would be the point?
So just to clarify, so when did you meet Bone? Was it not until after the entire package was put together, I assume?
I assume it. Yeah, I'm going to say after things have been sent out, and I'm pretty sure it's too late now. But I do know we went to some kind of opening someplace, and there's like a big poster that has the hell seal with a big skull in the middle.
Yeah,
which was my favorite thing in the world. And I tried to get one. I tried to roll one up, but it never made it back on the plane. And then they all got sent out, and then people were like, oh, DJ here wants one, or the DJ at this record company wants one, or the radio station. So I never had one. But
it is, when they come up now and people find them, thousands of dollars if you want to own one right now.
Yeah. I think what you said was the album would not have been the same if we'd have done typical art. And I actually wish that I could have done more. I wish I had known more. I mean, I wish I had known what I know now. But again, it's not my album. So I got to say, no, it's not my album, it's their album. So they got to be comfortable with it. And I think I did try to talk to, I've talked to them when I saw them about what the different things meant, and a different perspective on life and death and God and what we perceive as a devil and things like that. But again, in our culture, in our community, we've been taught a particular thing, and little old me is not going to change that. But for a minute, everybody was reading things on an album, and their minds were a little bit opened, and they were like, "Oh, this is something different, something different."
It's still doing it. And as far as what you're talking about with the cultural thing, it expanded upon that, because around the 95 time, New Age was a big thing. I was reading all kinds of New Age books, and a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, you're reading devil books." I'm like, these are New Age books. It's just philosophy. So at the time, there was, 95 was a much different world than
Yeah,
2026, and anything that wasn't, what it was supposed to be in that narrow lane was cast off as evil. And I'm like, I'm not an evil person. I'm just a curious person. So
yeah. No, and I'm same with me. And like I said, I grew up going to church on and off, but I also, I have to look at the world and say some of the questions are not answered by this single book. Some of the questions are not answered by this single perspective. I mean, you can probably see all these books behind me. These books travel around with me, and so some of the books did influence. Obviously, I have a book that has Sanskrit in it, a book that has some magical alphabets, Enochian. Um, but again, that was me, searching, looking for something that to make the universe make sense, and it ended up on their album package, and I thought it was cool, and that was really what I was like. Let me make something this cool. I don't have artists to work with. They don't have any input other than their music. And that's what the music said to me. It said somebody's going on a journey. And then the only person who actually, if you look at a ritual, who actually died was Eazy-E. So he's the guy going on the journey. And yeah, Bone made the music, but that's where that story came from. And again, I don't remember, I wrote that in a night. I started, and then in the morning, I looked on the paper, I had it, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then I put it in my computer, took all the spaces out, flipped it backwards, called Julio.
What did Julio think when you were like, I got?
he probably thought I was crazy. That's not true. Julio, he probably thought it was cool. We unless he was just yanking my chain. A lot of stuff I would do, he'd be like, oh yeah, that's cool. Or maybe he was like, yeah, don't just give me something so I can finish and go on to my next project. Because when we did this, he wasn't working at Ruthless. He was just doing freelance stuff, I think.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So you were at Ruthless at that time, and he was just kind of freelancing.
There was no Ruthless.
Yeah, it was on that pause. That Tyree at that time, he had said at one point. He kind of felt like you became the link between Bone and Tamika and the graphics team once Eazy died. Tyree had kind of felt like you were kind of like the middleman between everybody at one point. It was probably after the artwork when things evolved a little more.
I was the gopher. So I was basically running around. Remember at the time I'm trying to think. I know I was having car issues at the time, but I guess I was the guy. I don't know if I saw Tamika or was it Cassandra or maybe it was somebody from Relativity. Maybe it was Carrie Cooley, but it had to be Cassandra or Tamika. And so they would just give me stuff, but for the most part, they didn't really question me. It's like, do you have this done on this day? Yeah, and there was no. Let me make a choice or a decision if we like this or not. I do recall when we finished that album package, Tamika had not seen it and she hadn't seen that story. And to me, I'm like, she's gonna know I'm talking about Eric. And so I remember taking a mirror and I read it to her and she looked at me and I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to get in trouble. She said, okay, that's fine. And that was it. I was like, okay, cool. All right, cool.
And so did she know, like, was she, I mean, obviously she knew about the backwards passage, but did she know, hey, it corresponds to this map and there's a number? I mean, somebody paid for a fucking phone number with Eazy-E.
I read it to her.
And you told her about
I printed it out. I probably printed it out. And I read it to her and I showed her and I said, if you follow this, it goes this map and then it goes to the phone number. And she looked and said, okay, that's fine. I don't think she cared. I think at that point she was like, I need to get this company rolling. So Just get it done.
Make it happen.
We can get these checks rolling. Because if not, things are not going to go well.
I'm curious if, you know, Flesh and Bone, always kind of the elusive fifth member, never actually signed to Ruthless Records. He's Lazy's brother.
Yeah.
But he, you know, he's in and out of the group. He never got signed to Ruthless. Do you remember if there was ever plans for him to be on the cover? If you remember their first album, he's, you know, they're all together, and then he's like the really big head to the left.
Do you know why?
On Creeping on
the Come
Up?
There. I already know why. I don't know for a fact, but I'm telling you because I know Bone. He wasn't there on that day, and they had a picture from some other time. They're like, well, put him on the cover.
Yeah.
So he wasn't there, which is the same reason why Busy is not in Crossroads.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's not him on the card. That's why he's like
that's first of the month.
He came later. And again, like I said, we're talking about a person who doesn't exist anymore. Busy's a grown man. He's busy. I think I saw one of his YouTube channels. So he's a businessman now. The person back then is not the Busy today. And I'm sure even the Busy today will look back and probably say, yeah, I probably should have showed up for that music video that was iconic, that, you know, that helped, you know, a lot of people in the world look at things differently. But no, Flesh and Bone,
he wasn't signed with them. It's a very interesting.
No,
but he's in the Under the Tray, the Escape from Hell photograph.
You know why? He showed up that day. And the reason that I was reading, the reason Busy has no weapon is because he didn't want to hold it. It was a shotgun. And again, understand, like all these things, there's no plan. And like I said, I'm not sure how we got this. Carrie Cooley maybe had them for press, and then the photographer for that picture, I want to say, is the son of Medgar Evers. And Busy, and again, I'm just trying to do my job so I can get my check, and this is what we got to do. And then I'm like, if you guys could just hold these weapons up. And it was a corny little idea to have them, you know, it wasn't my vision. I wanted to have like these guys, you know, pressed against the thing. So when you open it, looks like they're actually in the album package. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
their faces pressed on glass, but I didn't have a big piece of plexiglass. So that's what we did. And I think I had those were weapons that I had bought for them, as well as the swords that you'll see in Art of War. And then my dad had an old shotgun. So I had a shotgun, probably a knife and some other stuff. And then I was trying to get Busy to do the shotgun. And he was like, nah, I don't want to do the shotgun. And I was like, and then I think he said, I'm going to just do whatever he did. And again, I'm like, that's fine, whatever. You have a vision, and then you have to kind of say, let me just let the vision be what it is and not try to impose. So that became Under the Hell cover. Was it what I wanted? No. I wanted them to be pressed against like they were about to break through the bottom of the CD.
Oh, that's cool. That's a cool idea. Do you remember where the photo, like, did you guys just take the photo in like a little studio?
No, it was on Washington Boulevard, Washington, and you don't know where Washington, it was in Los Angeles, Washington and La Brea. This guy had a studio. And I don't know if you guys know who Medgar Evers is. He was like a civil rights leader back in the day. And I think oddly enough, I had just seen a movie on Medgar Evers, and then the next week, the press person, I think it was Carrie Cooley, I think she's the one who told us. She was like, yeah, he's Medgar Evers. I'm like, holy shit, I just watched his dad. But Peter Dokas did a lot of photography as well. Let's see, what else we got on since we're talking about photography, the other great photographer was myself, which was that crystal ball.
Yep.
So again, I have nothing. I have nothing to put on an inside of a cover. So I'm like, what can I do? And I've been gathering stuff. You know, when they said it's Bone Thugs and Harmony, so what do you do? You want to look for some bones, look for some skulls. So I went and I think I bought 5 of these skulls. They're in a box. I have a box that says Bone Box. So I don't think I For 40 years I've been, or 50, 30 years I've been carrying this skull around. I pulled this out of the box. I think I sent you one too.
You sent me one. It sits proudly, one of 5, and you sent me one of the
tiny
the
skulls.
little tiny, yeah, which is around that crystal ball you're talking about.
Right. So I again, I'm like trying to just whatever I can think of. And there are other things.
Fans
I have
know.
other skulls. This was in the bone. I found this in the bone box too. But it looks corny. So I didn't use it. This to me looked badass.
Tell the fans just what that is. I remember when I got mine, everybody asked, what is it? Everybody, and I was like, it's styrofoam, brother.
Yeah.
And you were telling me how, some of the places, just let everybody kind of know some of the different places or that you were tracking this stuff down. These skulls and
I live in Los Angeles, so I think I went down to Hollywood Boulevard and I just walked in stores, but then they have a place called Hollywood Costume Shop, and they don't sell. This company either went out of business. No, they didn't go out of business, but they stopped making this particular skull. But I guess it's like a famous skull now, the gag something skull. But I'm sure there's some guy out there who designed this skull because it looks, it's iconic. It looks cool. It's not just a regular skull. It's like stylized. So there's probably some guy out here who designed this, but they don't sell it anymore.
Yeah.
But Hollywood Costume Shop, I just walked in a bunch of stores. And I don't know if eBay, I guess maybe eBay was around. I think this may have been a Hollywood Costume Shop, this little tiny one. And again, I was just buying anything that had to do with bones, because I don't know what I'm going to do. I do not know. There was a magic shop, like an occult magic shop, and that's where I got that crystal ball. And I think I got some other stuff, but I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm just trying to figure it out. And then a lot of stuff just came to me. I would like not sleep, or if I did finally fall asleep and I'd wake up and be like, oh yeah, that's what we'll do. And then at some point, somebody must have said something about how many days a person has, from the time you're born to the time you die. And I think I even misread that. And again, culturally, that a black man, he's only going to live from this time to this time. He only gets a certain amount of days, and Eric only got 11,000, so he got cut short or something like that because they end up in jail or you die or something. And I was like, okay, that'll be cool. And I made the RIP and Corel draw and put the Eric right in, because I was like, it'd be cool to have like a little tag. We could, maybe do some T-shirts and whatever. And I'm surprised Julio went along with that too, because he put those on there. He stayed true to it when he didn't have to. But so I made this. It was in my front room. I think I had moved to an apartment then, and I set it up. I went and made some. I tried to copy some money, and you're not allowed to copy money, by the way.
Yeah.
Most copy machines will not even copy money. They'll just shut off. Anyway, so those stacks of money are just the top dollar bills, and then I had gotten some, again, first of the month. So what do? I'm looking for stuff for first of the month. Somebody gave me some food stamps, and I made copies of those. And but it was really just just to scramble around trying to find anything, and then you get it and you put it in front of you on the table, and you're like, okay, what can I make with this?
Yeah. So the 11523, the numbers of Eric's life. And
it's wrong,
and it being wrong, it actually continued to be wrong and followed all the way over to his tombstone, and it didn't get updated till later. So that was like a wrong that was more than just wrong on the back of a Bone album. It carried over to being even wrong on his tombstone.
Wow. Yeah, I read that, and that's like I said, that's what they told me. So that's what I use.
There's always kind of been rumors that, Eric wasn't fully transparent about his age. And so that's where some of those errors, came from, was they really didn't know how old Eric was.
Yeah.
So that's where some of that could have come from. You had mentioned the food stamp, and Julio had told the story, and he kind of got into it. He's like, you know, forgery of currency is illegal.
Yeah.
And what we did was still forgery of currency. And so we made these food stamps and we ended up getting a notice.
Yeah, and it made, well, they had my name on it, so that made me nervous. So somebody knew who I was, which means they talked to somebody else, and they were like, "Yeah, Don over there," which happened before. I also got a visit from the police for snipes. You guys know what snipes are? They still do snipes, right? And we used to put album snipes up everywhere. And for some reason, they felt that I was responsible for all the album snipes across Los Angeles for every hip hop artist in the world. And they sent me a letter. It was like, "Yeah, we're gonna." I'm like, "Dude, that has nothing to do with me. It's just a snipe. Everybody does it." But yeah, I got a letter from the Secret. It was from the Secret Service actually, but it wasn't. Remember, they're not against rap, but they are against those thugs, and that's really what it was. Because there's no way in the world anybody thought. I sent you some of those food stamps, right?
Yeah.
So I got it.
There's no way in the world somebody's going to turn this huge postcard-sized food stamp with Bone's face on it with a bunch of skeleton guys and say, "Hey, I want to turn this in and get some food." So I think it was just, let's harass somebody. And
it was real amazing. It was almost like, and I know you're saying kind of like, hey, Ruthless, when we were doing this, was kind of just like in limbo and not doing anything, because it seems so thought out. And what I mean is, even not just the promo to the people, but the promo to radio, everybody, it was much more than your standard promo. Like the press kits that the radio was getting included that food stamp. It included something very detailed. The fucking clean version. Most radio stations just got, a white labeled CD that was very generic, and this one had covers, and this, like, it just seems like if it wasn't done on purpose, it feels like everybody involved knew this is special enough that we have to go the extra mile.
I think I was about to say that exact thing. I think everybody loved that album, that they said, I want to do something special. And luckily, again, like I said, we had that image for the food stamp. That might have been for something else. And I was like, hey, put that, or maybe Tyree did it special just for the food stamp. But yeah, everybody, I know I stayed up and I was trying to think. And then again, like I said, I'm buying all this stuff and I don't think I was being paid at the time. But I did it because I loved it. I was like, I want to be part of this. This is, you knew this was, I wasn't a music guy. I wasn't really a person who was like, heavily into all who's in the new artists. And I know there are people that just like, I'm sure you love music, and you know all the different artists that come out every year and who's hot right now. But nah, I was just a guy bopping around, and then ended up being in charge of having to make this. But I think it was good because I was so geeky and nerdy enough that I was like, let me put some other stuff. I mean, and luckily it was occult, and you guys didn't end up with a bunch of mech robots on the front, and it was occult instead. It was something I thought about, but luckily the music guided me.
Wow. Julian said in his interview that, and this kind of goes with what you were saying about Eric and the video games and stuff, but Julian had said that there were 3D scans that were done and planned for like a video game and a movie for them and everything. What do you remember about that?
Oh no, we were gonna freak the whole world out. We were gonna do comic books. We had a little short form movie that was gonna be based. I think now, many years later, Beyonce did it with Lemonade. But even back then, we were like, let's make a movie with all the songs, and let's make a narrative story. And I think Lay maybe read something. He was like, yeah, this is cool. But again, you might have 2 1 month, then the next month, maybe you have 1. And then the month after that, you got 3. And it wasn't, and I don't know all the business, but I think what happened was, they're if they have friction with the company, then to them, they're like, we just got to stop. And so we got to, we're going to stop the train. But then once you stop the train, it's hard to start the train back up again. So, but yeah, we had a lot of things planned. So we had a video game where we scanned their faces. They all had certain attributes, and
Wow.
I remember everybody was cool. Again, I'm not picking on Busy, but I just remember Busy. He had like 3 arms like Shiva, and so he was like, "Why I got 3 arms?" I was like, "No, man, I'm modeling you after a god. Yeah, I don't like that. I just want 2 arms." So I can never win with Busy. I can never. But I like Busy. Don't get me wrong. But I remember that when I was trying to explain to him to get him to go to the next part. Like, we got your head scanned, and now I need you to kind of sign off so I can have these guys start building the actual model that we're going to use in the game. And I don't know what happened after that. I think they faded off. But to their credit, they did take a long 2-hour trip out by Magic Mountain where they had the thing that they scanned people's heads. And
Wow.
yeah, so it didn't. I don't even know what those scans are. A guy named John Troxdale might have them still. John Troxdale's the guy who built all of their tour sets.
There it is, RC. Make sure you take that name. That's the next person for you to find.
Oh yeah, man, because John Troxdale did all the stuff early on anyway. He did all the sets for Dr. Dre. He did that and Snoop Dogg. He did that big smoking skull. If you saw that first tour.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, and
a whole lot. John Troxdale has done a lot of other stuff. He helped he helped with a lot of the Bone commercials, and the Art of War commercial. Well, he didn't do the Bone. He did the Art of War commercial.
Is that big skull just sit in a warehouse somewhere all these years later?
Someplace, yeah. Or they
Probably.
recycled it. The Bone one, I think, got recycled because they make it so they fold up and they're on like a cart. So it's sitting someplace, or they took it and used it for something else. I don't know.
Yeah,
So wasn't the skull wasn't the same one for the Art of War tour as was for the Dr. Draplin Smoke? Those were
no,
separate?
those
are different.
Well, you know what? I don't know, but I think there are probably 2 different ones. Yeah, 2 different.
Okay.
From your perspective, what's the significance of the Ouija board to like Eazy and Bone? Because we know Eazy was like, he was kind of big on it, and some of the stuff that happens in the Bone album, the backwards talking and stuff, that a lot of that's Eazy-E stuff that Bone fans kind of adopted as it's a Bone thing, but really Eazy brought a lot of that stuff in. But Bone has a backstory with the Ouija board as well from their youth. So what were your views of the Ouija board before and after this album came out, and the symbolism of it, as it seems to kind of be, or at least to the fans, the main theme of the album?
We can't talk about the Ouija board. Let's move on to something else. Let's talk about. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We can talk about it. Man, the Ouija board.
They're very, just so you know, okay, they are very like, hey man, we played with the Ouija board once when we were kids, asked us some shit. It scared the hell out of us. We never played with it again.
And so we made some songs about it instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hadn't talked to him. I heard the song like everybody else did. I thought it was a cool song. I mean, I think everybody at one point or another played with the Ouija board. And of course, I went out and I bought a bunch of Ouija boards and set them out. And the Ouija boards that I bought, I think I still have the one that we used in what movie? Which one was that? It was
First of the Month.
First of the Month.
You were looking for it when you moved.
Yeah, and it has some blood on it for some reason. But it's not real blood. It's like the fake blood. So maybe I used it in a short film that I made later on in life. So where the Ouija board came from, obviously. The Mystic Oracle, that's what it says. The Ouija board wasn't scary to me, so I tried to make it scary. Things that make you fearful are also things that make you more alert. And when you are more alert, that actually opens your mind up to other perceptions, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, that's the whole point of a lot of rituals where people think it's, something scary. Nope, they're just trying to make you open your mind to where you're more alert. In the same way that some people take drugs to make their minds more alert. So that was part of it. So I made the Ouija board look scary with the demons looking up. And again, it was the whole thing of that, when you look down at the album package, my vision was that things would be looking back up at you. So it wasn't just like this, you know, it was like you were looking into their world and they were looking up into ours. And that was one of the other themes of
So does that apply to on the Mr. Ouija Oracle? There's like these creatures on the bottom left hand and the bottom right hand.
yeah, let me
They're
look.
looking up, kind of like just like Bone was.
Yeah. I think that the Bone Hell Seal came later on. I mean, like I said, all this early stuff, I think that was just for us to try to get, like, to let them know we got an album package. I know you guys said Julio put this little wood thing on there, which is cool.
From a box. You guys were so creative like that. He was literally like, yeah, there's a box I've been throwing my change in for 30 something fucking years. He shows me the bottom. He's like, does this look familiar? I was like, of course. He's like, it's just the box.
Because that's we didn't have any. So you have to use what you have, and we didn't have anything. And so he can't. I don't think he told me. It was my vision. I'm like, yeah, man, that's it. That's cool. And the Mr. Ouija and the skull. So the Mr. Ouija is the available font I had on CorelDRAW. That's the only scary looking font they had on CorelDRAW. And then the skull was clip art. And the reason it's that skull is because that's the only skull I had in clip art. And they didn't have any good demons. So I think I went over to or Moon and Sun that I thought looked scary. So I went over to Tyree, my go-to guy. And I said, hey, man, can you do this and do that? And I don't know if this was the first version, but, you know, he made it. And I think he was saying, like, oh, Don was doing scary stuff. He used to draw scary stuff sometimes. I think I saw some scary things. And which to me, I was like, hey, that's cool. But yeah, why you got everything on here? I'm looking at I have a screen right above me, and it has all the different things.
When it comes to the side panel, the interior spine, so not the exterior spine, but the interior spine with the "Don't give props to the devil, believe in the last days." I never saw that done before on a CD. Before that, so like, how did you guys even think that this would work folding up and that it wouldn't get cut? Like it would match perfectly and
he just trusted. Well, that's Julio. Julio, I mean, Julio had done numerous album packages, none as fun as this one. I would wager he probably done fun stuff since then, but but that was put on there. Listen, people with too much free time, we were just like, and I could swear like Beatles albums back in the day didn't have like hidden stuff in the artwork or some other rock. So again, I'm bringing the rock aesthetic, something that we didn't have in this culture's music. And so I'm like, let's do that on there. And where can we put it? And everything just kind of came together. I think Tyree did say, don't give props to the devil. And believe in the last day either came from me or Julio. It probably came from me. And again, I think we're just trying to, that's what I'm saying. I know things happened in succession where maybe this was done towards the end. And he had, when they took this picture, they were like, hey, people think we devil worshipers. So we put that on there. Maybe I put it on there ahead of time. I don't know. But somehow I got on there. And I'm glad he did, because now I can say, well, we said don't give props to the devil.
Yeah.
And so therefore you must not worship the devil.
It's interesting because here we are this many years later, we're still discovering things about this artwork. But I remember being a kid and it's like that little folded, believe in the last days, don't give props to the devil. Again, that's something that you went and showed all your friends, like, hey, let me pull this off so you can see this, like, look at the hidden message, right? And it was like, oh, that one's so painfully obvious there, but we hadn't seen anything like that. So we were all showing it to each other.
Yeah. And that was the point.
We'll deep dive a couple of the things because I know RC wants to know, but before we do that, I want to jump into, after that, Art of War happens. Whose idea was the kind of the concept for the Art of War album artwork? And at this point, was Bone more involved with the artwork? Did they pitch any creative ideas at this point, or was it still just you guys figure it out?
Yes and no. I think the idea for Art of War was the Iwo Jima that they came up with was, I'm sure somebody will tell me if I'm not remembering right, but I could have swore like we're gonna do, we should have done, either he said we should have done, or we wanted, maybe we should do something like an Iwo Jima with us holding the sign up. And I'll be honest, I thought it was dumb. I don't know. I just was like, that's what everybody expects. You know, World War II. Okay. So then I was kind of like, and I think I might have been on that game idea still. And then again, I just started, I went out and got a bunch of books on war, 5 Rings, The Art of War. I forgot who wrote that. And then I went out and started looking for swords, and swords just started falling out of the sky. People was like, oh, I can sell you one. And I think I saw some on eBay. I want to say like late at night, they used to have like sword buyers.
The one that Wishbone has, I distinctly remember as a kid seeing it on like QVC or some shit late at night.
So I gathered up all these swords. And again, we were working then. We were on I think we were on 3rd Street. So I gathered up all these swords, and I don't know. I was like there were some things that just didn't get. You know, I didn't finish the puzzle. I didn't finish the thing. But I don't know if it's going to have the same effect, because I know I'm like, these dudes, they're not really feeling it. They just want to do their music and just, you know, they want to just do the music. So I'm like, I don't think I encoded anything in there, but it probably would have been about, I think we started with, you know, the machine and good versus evil. You got to choose your side. And it was going to be about predestination and free will. And I think there's going to be some chemical formulas, which people were thinking, oh, it's a hexagonal map. It was going to be some chemical formulas for DMT and things like that. But yeah, that's what the Art of War. That's where it started.
You had said that the video game was going on at the time, so some of the panels did have like a video game look to it, where it had like the weapons. And was that what the game was supposed to look like?
Yeah, it was going to be just a basic fighter game. And so we started, you know, I started building the lore, the mythology for it. Fighting at the end of the world, because obviously we did not solve the East 1999, and so they ended up in the afterworld, and now they got to fight their way through and try to get back, which again is still the metaphorical resurrection to, you know, you come back as a new person. So yeah, that's what it was all about, and it was the Art of War.
So at this point, okay, and I might be wrong about the timeline, but at some point, they're billing you as the National Director of Marketing and Creative at Ruthless Records. It's in Billboard, all kinds of things. So I assume at this point in the game, you're much deeper than just making some artwork. So how different was the creative process as far as the artwork for Art of War versus Eternal? Because even though as fans we love the Art of War, I think that most fans would argue it's their second favorite artwork. Obviously very different, especially, and maybe I'm wrong, the little hidden, you know, intricate details that happened in Eternal didn't seem to carry over.
I didn't. We started, I think I kind of started, and also they were rushing the album. I know they had some issues with the album. I know Tupac was on the album, and then they had to pull a single, or I don't remember exactly what happened. Yeah, we just didn't do it. We started, and you know, we started gathering up all the pieces, and I started gathering up all the pieces. But again, I think as far as Ruthless was concerned, I was probably not feeling this. I wasn't feeling that same energy. Yeah, I don't really know how to even describe it. There's like I said, you either feel something and you're like, you know, like, oh damn, I want to, you know, I want to get this done. I love this. Like your show, you feel that. If somebody said we want you to do a show on Taylor Swift, and I'm sure she's a great artist, but you know, you'd be like, well, yeah, I'll do it, but you're not going to do all this stuff that you've been doing for Bone.
Yeah. We talk about it all the time that our podcast, instead of 127,000 subscribers, could probably have 1 million if we wanted to talk about all kinds of rap music.
Right.
But we just love this Bone shit so much.
Yeah. So remember now, because I want to say also, remember, we don't fight against the artists, but they're not always there. You know, sometimes, and it's not, and especially when it has nothing to do with me. I don't know why they're fighting. It's just, that's above my pay grade. So I think at a certain point I was probably a little worn down, and so I know I started. You know, I when I look at Art of War, I'm like, okay, I remember what I was going to do with that. But then, yeah, I didn't, because it's not a conscious thing. It's not a thing where I'm like, I have these ideas, I'm going to put these down. They come to you.
Do you remember any of the things that you wanted for Art of War that were like Eternal that didn't happen?
Let me get to it. I don't even remember the artwork. I remember that map in the back was going to be for something.
Yeah. I know that RC, let me jump down to where he talks about this.
Yeah, but again, I think probably the biggest thing was there wasn't enough time. There wasn't time. They had to have something done, and you know, maybe that's my fault. But again, I didn't worry about it too much because I'm like, you know what, whatever I do, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
Okay, so tell us this, and this is me kind of jumping ahead.
Go ahead.
Under the CD, the skull, same skull, confirmed from Eternal, fucking clean. The one you sent me, the one you have, you know, there, the one you bought 5 of. Yes. On top of it, the hexagonal. Does it mean anything, or is it just thrown at the wall? You got to tell us. RC has gone crazy trying to solve what this means.
And RC, you should probably release that booklet to the world if you haven't done so already. I was impressed. I was like, yo, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know I did that.
Yeah.
I'm incredible.
Yes.
I'm awesome. Yeah, it was going to be some movement. And in that movement, there was going to be some revelations in the movement. There was going to be another map. But again, we just stopped, and I think we had to put it out. We started and we had to put it out, and then
our RC said that was a hexagonal efficient coordinate system, and it's used specifically for mapping coordinates.
It is, but but it's also what is it also for?
If I remember correctly, I think RC was telling me something to do with missiles, or something. They use it for you know, it's how they coordinate missile launches. I might be wrong.
No, RC, like I said, I wish he would have been around. I would have been like, hey, we turn all this stuff over to you. Gosh. Why are you making me look bad? Hold on. And there you go. Hold on. So it is a coordinate system. And it's also that.
The efficient coordinate system, or hexagonal. Yeah.
Maybe it's that. Parts of it as you travel.
Wow.
But we never did. We never did it. We just it just stopped.
Yeah, we didn't get there. So it was the beginning of the next
and also basically. I don't know, you guys, how can you follow up with E.1999 Eternal?
Right.
I mean, I heard Art of War, and maybe because I heard it as it was evolving, and so it wasn't as impactful as opposed to somebody just handing you a tape, and then late at night, this world just opened up is from one song to the next, because I heard it as, you know, oh, here's this song, or they just finished that song, they just finished that song. And so maybe it didn't hit me as, so maybe the fault is mine. But I do remember I had some ideas, but they weren't as harsh as on E.1999 Eternal.
Yeah, I can see what you mean. I visually experienced a total different realm.
Yeah.
The Eternal world and the Art of War world are totally different.
So so a lot of fans perceive it as, and this could be, again, fans making something, or maybe this was the way it was going, but Eternal was supposed to be the, you know, escape from hell, everything like that. Art of War is them actually fighting their way out of that.
Yes, that was my vision. But again, my vision, it's not my album. It's their vision. It's what they want to do. But again, you know, I try to just provide some visuals, like the commercial for the Art of War, which again is something that we know we all could, with maybe 2 or 3 prompts, blow that commercial out of the water. But you know, those guys showed up. We put them in barbarian gear. We painted their faces like barbarians. They had the swords and they're out there fighting. And you know, we were setting the stage for the battle, but we didn't want it to be a typical battle that you would think that, you know, that the average person would think, okay, with guns and stuff and you're shooting and, you know, Iwo Jima. So we were trying to make it like, you know, this, they had this anime on called Scarlet on Netflix. You see that? He saw it. So that was the world that back in 1995 that I was like, this is what we got to do, where all these people are fighting, trying to get back to real life. So, and that had something to do with the movie we were going to make with those guys as well, where they were going through, they were saved, the movie that we tried to come up with small vignettes, but basically they were going to go through and stop the last day by saving people like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and then finally, believe it or not, Jesus Christ himself. They were going to go back, you know, and Busy was the one who was going to do that. He was going to be pissed off and march through the desert. They don't know where they are. It's like a time travel thing. So we had a lot of crazy ideas back then.
Later on, after you had departed, when they did the Resurrection album, they had a song called Change the World, and the Change the World video, that's actually, it's loosely based on that idea. So that idea kind of got put to work at one point.
They didn't, but they didn't actually save Jesus though, did they?
No.
Okay, good, because you can't, because in mind, I'm like, you can't save him.
I'll send you the video. I think you'll be interested in it. Interesting to me, you had said, hey, you know, they wanted to do the Iwo Jima, and you were like, hey, that's kind of like what people expect, right? That's kind of dumb. The flip side of that is, we've always heard that Busy didn't want to paint his face because he thought that was dumb. But everybody at Ruthless has always said, including Julio, everybody, hey, Busy didn't even show up for that, right? We had to paste Busy in there.
No, he didn't like it either. He didn't. I don't think he came to the photo shoot. And again, different guy. But again, like I said, Busy, talented, is just all out talented. And we won't have time to do it. But this is Busy in the studio that I don't think anybody's ever even heard before. These are DVDs. I was going to set these up and play them, but I probably should give these back to Tamika. So she gave these to me. She said, look through these and find something, because they had like one of their video things, but I don't think we use these.
Whoa.
But man,
you got to show me these. You got to show me these, Don. You've been holding out for 8 years.
I have.
Holy smokes.
Don, you are holding out on me, bro.
But again, these, like I said, and then I tried to call Tamika or on Facebook, but she never responded. But I probably should look through these again. I also have a video, you know, like I went to one of the stories we had. We were going to do an interactive thing where I filmed all this video footage of them. And one of the early on, it was like going to be something like we can put on the back of on a CD, like I don't know, like a choose your own adventure, but just where you could see different video you know, do you want to go to this street or that street? So I mean, I went and I filmed. I actually went to Cleveland. They sent me to Cleveland. I filmed Flesh. Flesh is talking about black blunts. Black blunts are going to be the thing that was mixed with DMT that, you know, helps you. He didn't know all that. He just said, "Hey, get your black blunts," and that was cool. I went to somebody's house, like you said, somebody's mom and some family, and they had a picnic one day, and I'm out there filming with the camera. So they may have used all that in some of the videos. I mean, some of their I guess they did some deep video DVDs. So maybe it's in there, maybe it's not.
Listen,
but
I'm coming to LA, Don, for the Hollywood Star. Okay.
I remember when I saw this, I was like, God damn, that boy busy. But maybe they used it already.
Maybe. Who knows? You got to look through it. We got to check it out now. Now that you've showed this to the fans, now we got to know what's on it. So now we're too deep.
I say, play it now.
We're too deep.
I gotta look through it. You see, like, this is all somebody shot it, and then who knows what happened after that? But it's like 2015, and it's like full DVDs, and they're in the studio.
Was it from Art of War era? Or?
No, it probably is Art of War, or it might be after Art of War.
Because there's no footage of Art of War, it seems, of like them recording or anything.
No.
And was the idea that you had there for the Choose Your Own Adventure, was it kind of like the Black Mirror Bandersnatch? I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But this was before, because, and again, I don't know how. Again, I'm like, I don't know how to do all this stuff, but I'm like, I know I need the footage, so I'm going to shoot all this stuff, and then we'll figure out how to put it all together. Maybe it'll be on a website. Maybe it'll be, I don't know. I mean, even the video game. I don't know how to make a video game, but like I think John Troxdell, and we actually did make a video game for Eazy-E's album.
Yeah.
Called Flipping Switches.
Yeah. I
believe it was called. So a lot of times we don't know how to do stuff. We just say we want to do it, and then we got to go figure it out. Like now, we want to do stuff, and we got to go figure it
out. On the cover, the ones that do have face paint.
Busy. Talk about busy.
Yeah. So the ones that do have face paint, people have always wondered, and again, this could just be something thrown at the wall. On Crazy Bones specifically, I believe he's in the bottom left, if I remember correctly. Do the symbols on his face, or any of them, does anything mean anything on there, or is it just kind of like, yeah, this looks cool?
I think that is. I should say yes. We marked him with the runes of prosperity, but no. There was a girl there who was doing their makeup, and I think I just showed her the book, and I said, and put this on his face. And hopefully I didn't point to some incantation that binded him to something.
Bottom right.
Stop talking occulty like, so people think I'm worshiping the devil myself. But the reason Busy, you're right. I think Julio put something on Busy's face, and then Busy ended up in the corner, and he was unhappy. He's like, y'all got that thing, that arrow going through my face. And I was like, man, can't win. Can't win. Can't win with Busy. And I used to always try to win with Busy. I try to talk to him. And when he does talk to you, like I said, he'll tell you something deep, or he'll give you his whatever, and you feel good. But then when you don't want to talk to him, he'll say something and make you feel bad. You just like, whatever. I shouldn't have talked to you that day. I should have waited.
So Busy didn't make the photo shoot, but when y'all
put him in,
he
didn't make a lot of stuff.
You did put paint, even though it wasn't part of the photo shoot. That picture that was used at one point, you did put something on his face.
That picture was from something else completely different.
Yeah.
And then Julio, to his credit, had to sit there and struggle. And again, it's not like today, because with AI,
oh yeah,
we could all be on the bone cover and look like we were there for the photo shoot. But back in the day, he did his best. And then because again, remember, got to get this album out. We got to get this artwork out so they can see it. Start making solicitation sheets, the things to sell the album.
I think I've shown you, but Julio gave me the press match of what became the back cover, the 3D skeletons.
Yes. Poser.
Yeah, and so, but he was like, hey, at one point, if things didn't work out, we were gonna run with this as a cover. And so the press match is literally the Art of War logo, the Bone logo, everything. And then he's like right at the end, and I can't look at the date because now it's framed, but the date was incredibly close to the actual release. He's like, this all finally came together
the last minute. You know what? Let me say that the Iwo Jima idea, even though I was like, I ain't really feeling it, I wasn't really feeling it because I actually made the Iwo Jima in skulls. I remember now. I made it in, well, not skulls, in skeletons, in a program called Poser. So Poser was this old 3D program where you could have characters, and it was, yeah, and you could pose them and then you could render it out. And I made it, and I'm like, that looks dumb. I mean, yeah, it will look dumb. It wasn't like, I like the cover that we had. The cover that we had reminded me of like the Beatles, you know, the four guys' faces. And then my ego made me decide I knew how to do logos. So I made that Art of War logo on my computer in CorelDRAW. Julio made it 3D. No, John Troxdale made it 3D, gave it to Julio, and then that's how we have it. I was so proud of that logo, and it looks like when I look at it now, I'm like, that's some old BS. What was I thinking? But
you know, the years and years later, they released what they called World War III. As you remember, there was World War I and II were the discs on the Art of War. And so they released an album called World War III, and the artist for that, Aaron Purnell, he was pretty deep into the 3D game before it kind of became more accessible. And he actually ended up using that skeleton Iwo Jima idea. So kind of cool that, you know, those ideas did later on get used in some way. He did his own spin.
He put it on the cover?
No, it was part of.
Okay.
Let me see if I can hear.
Because I don't know, I just didn't think it was a strong enough image for the cover. I mean, I think their faces, especially since, you know, these guys are famous now. That's what you want to see, and they're recognizable. That's going to sell the album. They say, hey, there's Bone.
Check this out. Let me see if you can. Can you see this?
It's starting up. Creative design. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Isn't it amazing how far we've come? Yep, there it is. Well, I mean, that's just, yeah. Yeah, that looks cool. 1999. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks cool.
So kind of cool. He you know, he was inspired obviously by the Art of War. They brought him the almost impossible task of bring back the nostalgia for the fans of what we did in 97. And you know, luckily for him, you know, he had that 3D thing going on, and so it kind of gave it its own thing. But yeah, so that, long story short, that ended up kind of coming to life, that idea.
And I thought that looked really cool. Like I said, I like the skulls on their faces. I don't know how he did that, but that looks cool.
Probably close to the same way y'all did it in the Eternal booklet.
Oh no, that was just Julio just in Photoshop. He just slapped the image over and put a blur. That's what I'm saying. We did. Hold on, I lost you guys. Yeah, we just did.
You got us. We still got you.
Yeah, I'm looking at myself, and I want to see you guys. All right, doesn't matter. It's fine.
While you fix that, I'll ask you this:
Go ahead.
a rumored thing, that before it was ever going to be called the Art of War, this has been probably rumored on the internet since the internet was a thing, was that album originally was going to be called DNA Level C, which is basically the word Cleveland backwards. Do you remember it ever being called something else, or was the Art of War always kind of the direction?
I always thought it was the Art of War. Probably Cassandra, who I talked to the other day, and I talked to her a lot actually. I tried to get her to surprise us all, and because she, like I said, she was with Eric. You know, she knew Eric. They were friends. So, and she knew Bone as well. So they know she knows them. But no, I don't. As far as I know, it was always the Art of War, and I do know that they changed one of the singles. It was a crazy song. If I could teach the world to sing.
Yeah.
I want to say that they used a different track, and so they had to pull that and switch it because we didn't get clearance. I think
the
it was
Coca-Cola medley. Yeah.
Which I think I like. Whatever the original one was, I like better. But again, that's the record business.
What do you go ahead, John?
The same with Tupac. I want to say that at some point the one with Tupac was having issues, and they didn't want the gunshots on there. Maybe his mom didn't want the gunshots on there or something. Yeah, don't quote me. But somehow we got the gunshots on there because, I mean, I liked that song. That song was hot.
Were you still around for the Collection Volume 2 DVD when there was the Easter eggs with, if you use the remote control, and I forget what the pattern was, you wind up seeing like the zodiac signs, and there was commercials. They were like remember when Easter eggs were buried in DVDs?
Yeah, no, that wasn't there. I had left Ruthless.
Yeah, that would have been 2000. So that actually transition, that's the perfect transition for us, which is, at what point does the departure happen? Because it seems like it was after Art of War. Their next album was Resurrection. There's a huge change in the artwork. I think Julio was basically the main thing at the art. So at what point do you exit? And if you don't mind sharing, why was there an exit?
Oh, I don't even know myself. I don't know. I guess it's faux pas to say you got fired, but I got fired, and I don't know why. Nobody really ever told me. We worked on other things, obviously, besides Bone. I think I began to learn my job, and but. So maybe it was something that I don't know about. Maybe it was political stuff. Maybe it was my association with, I don't know. It was such a long time ago. I don't want to try to even
guess at it, because who knows
what it was. But I will say that Tamika still, later on, she hired me to do plenty of things, and she paid me plenty of times to come in and help. I edited a couple of Bone things, and so it was what it was. And I will say she let me do, or between her and Cassandra, maybe they hash it out and maybe Cassandra convinced her, but they let me do a lot of, some of the photo shoots for other artists that I probably didn't have to do, or somebody would have been like, oh, just put them here. We did an MC Ren video that was like sci-fi video. It wasn't what I had hoped it would be, but, we're trying to do something different. We're trying to do something different. That's what it was. We're trying to do something different. The Bone Thugs and Harmony video, the fact that we put them in, I think it might have been Cassandra and Kerry Cooley, but they put them in black Armani suits, which was a new thing for back in the day for artists doing hip hop, to be in black Armani suits, singing that chorus.
Yeah.
So
you had though, I mean, you were correct me if I'm wrong, but you had some involvement as far as like the videos, the video direction.
Yeah. I was the video guy. I would find the video directors. So except for maybe the first one, but I would add things to the video. For the CROSSROADS, that was actually a movie that like everybody got this story. I got this movie idea. And so I'd been toying with the movie. So then when we needed a video for the CROSSROADS, because it was, did they change the CROSSROADS single?
Well, the CROSSROADS came later. So the album first dropped. It had the original CROSSROAD on it. It gets remixed into the CROSSROADS. and then it gets
so there was a
reissued.
remix then, and this one needed a video.
Yes.
Right. So we needed a video.
The original Crossroad is a much I'm not gonna say darker, but it's not very, very different.
I remember. I just know that it was a movie idea that I had about, like I said, this guy that's going around and it turns out he's an angel, so he's not. I mean, it was like a M. Night Shyamalan kind of twist. But anyway, it worked for this. When I heard the Crossroads, it worked for the story they were telling. Obviously, they didn't talk about an angel, but I'm like, this will be cool, and so I went and found a director who somebody showed me I forgot whose video it was, but it was like computer generated, and I'm like, we need somebody that can do special effects. And so I found this guy named Michael Martin over at Shooting Star Pictures, who actually started working with I think his name is
Master P.
Yeah, Master P. Oh,
yeah.
Good. You're amazing.
Michael Martin's amazing. He made excellent music videos. He was my favorite director as a kid.
We were actually going to make a movie after that, and we met a whole bunch of times, and we just never came up with something that we felt he wanted to do. But yeah, so he came up with the Crossroads, and I mean, as far as how to make it happen, he planned out all those shots. He knew somebody that knew After Effects really well, and I complained anyway because I thought the wings at the end, I'm like, that looks shitty. I said, come on, they're not even feathers. They were like little slats. I remember he laughed at me like, ha, and I think he's like, that's what we could do. And it was a cheap video. We didn't pay a lot. But I think that video, like I said, it blasted his career out of orbit. Because I think that video won all kind of awards.
Oh yeah. It went crazy. You know what I mean? That video, and you know, I think that it's the little things that now would be so overlooked that back then as a kid, you know, their friends from Mo Thugs disappearing, and
right.
Eazy-E being there walking up the mountain.
Eazy-E, right. And again, I'll tell you the story. It's been 30 years. Nobody's gonna, you know, it was so we're in this cemetery, real cemetery. When you see on top of that hill, it's a real cemetery. So one of the production trucks cracked somebody's grave. The rain's coming down, and then there's this stench that's coming up from the ground. And I mean, it was like pouring. That wasn't like special effect rain. It was like pouring rain. And I want to say Busy did come, but then he left. So, but we got to shoot. We got to shoot.
It's always been rumored that Busy Bone in that scene you're talking about is a broom with a jacket, or
I don't know. That'd be a Michael Martin. Maybe it was so. Like I said, yeah. I don't think it was funny. I should say yeah. Yeah, it's broom with a jacket. I got the broom right here. No. I don't know. I don't know who that was, but it definitely wasn't Busy.
Yeah.
He's funny. I can't pull out a broom. We should have rehearsed ahead of time, and I'd be like, "Yeah, here's the broom. Rig on it."
I'm gonna send you a picture of what everybody always says is the broom or the mop or whatever it is.
Everybody be freaking out now. But yeah, and again, he's not the same guy. But you know, he was. You know, we were all trying to strive for greatness, and I know that they were doing what they thought was best, and they came off this whole thing with Eazy-E and with Jerry Heller, and so then they got the next thing. You know, Eazy's gone, and you got this other person and his wife, and who was she? And so they had to work it all out, I guess. But as they worked it out, sometimes they didn't show up, and it caused you know, we could have done better. You know, like I said, we're 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, way past the shooting schedule, and they're like, "Where's Busy?" We don't know. He was here a minute ago. Did he just leave? Is he? And not to bash and pick on Busy.
Well, you know, that's a very regular.
Yeah,
I think he would even tell you this is a regular thing, knowing about him that.
But again, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, 30, 25 years ago, I'm not the same person that I was.
Sure. Yeah. Who is? I'm not the kid I was when I bought Eternal. So the videos, I think that the one that you're involved with, and I'm going to talk about this one specifically for RC, that he is the most drawn to, because I know you helped with If I Could Teach a World. We talked about First of the Month, of course. But E.1999 is like, that is like the mecca for Bone fans of this. I think a lot of Bone fans see the E.1999 video and they're like, this is the artwork come to life.
Probably who knows the director? Because I don't remember his name is.
Of E.1999.
Paul Craig was the company. Fifth Gear, I think it's called Fifth Gear Entertainment, was the company, and I forgot the name of the director. But he looked at the artwork. They talked to me. I filled his head with a bunch of junk, and then his idea was also the thuggies. Thugs is a real thing from Middle Eastern lore. Assassins, the thugs. So
Craig Henry is the
Craig
director.
Henry was the producer. The director was another guy, one of his directors there. But yeah, so yeah, I liked it because mostly I was like, see, it's not just me. Look, he made some devil stuff too. So I liked the video. I didn't write the video unless maybe they asked me. I think just as the video commissioner, unofficial video commissioner, I might have approved this, but I think he had some good ideas, like wish hanging from the ceiling.
Everybody did the floating scene, except for Busy.
Again, Busy may have just came late, but he came.
Yeah, he's got a totally different thing where he's by a book, and there's like a black crow, and it is very iconic,
Actually, I think maybe let's give Busy a break. I think he did show up to that on time, and they stayed. Because remember, it's a lot of work. You show up at like 7, 8 in the morning, 9 o'clock, and then you want to work, and then you got to wait around till like 1, 2 o'clock in the setup, and then and then you're getting the munchies. And I think back in the day, they had to smoke some weed, and you got to go get the weed, and then I don't feel like working now, and so it was a lot. Do
you remember where it was filmed? Was it just in a studio, or was there like
No, it was at a church, and I don't like a monastery church, and I know I read that on your presentation. I can't think of where it was, but I was surprised that they did all those things, because to me that looked, they had stuff that looked demonic. And the conversation that we'd had months before was, hey man, you got people thinking we're demonic with all this artwork. And then Wish putting in those white contacts. And, I mean, it looked cool as hell. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And floating above the fire. But there's
a lot going on in there.
That sells records.
There's a lot going on there. Looks like some alchemy going on in there.
Yeah.
We went through every frame. RC's gone frame by frame. That book that's next to Busy, by any chance, do you know what the title is of the book?
No. Honestly, I thought, how would I know that we'd be here?
For sure.
2030. Because if I had, I would have even added more stuff. I would have taken some of these books and spread them around, and some of the books I've even gotten rid of with crazy covers on them. I would have had them all over the place. I wouldn't have, because they were like, oh, we don't like that. It's scary.
So, okay. Sorry. And we're going to, I'm going to rapid fire you some questions about the art here. But before we do that, I want to know, so post-Ruthless, you're gone from Ruthless. You've been a video guy. You've been a fucking art guy. Now you've become a music guy out of nowhere. Oh, by the way, did you sit in for the Art of War? I know Eternal, you weren't around, but the Art of War you were around. Did you sit in on any of those sessions when they were recording or anything during that era?
I may have gone there to the studio if they did it out here. I mean, even though I was the director of creative services, marketing, whatever. I mean, listen, it was a small company. we made up our own titles, so it wasn't like a huge company. We were like a, you know, it was mom and pop. We were like in this little office, and then she moved us to a larger office. But there was something else I wanted to tell you before I just lost my train of thought. So, oh, I did more than just the art stuff. Like I went on tour with Bone once or twice. That was an adventure, and you can imagine how much fun we had because as the bus went to every location, we got kicked out of every hotel by 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And it wasn't even Bone. It was just the people they had brought with them. So we'd have to all get on the bus and just drive through the night. And it'd be like, you think you're about to get some sleep. And I think one night I'd met this beautiful girl. And so I was talking to her and they were like, you guys have to leave. And I was like, no, I can't go. I just met this, this is my dream. And they were like, nope, they'd get on the bus and go. And it happened like probably like at least 2 or 3 times. And then finally, Tamika was like, get the bag from whoever the tour guy was and bring it back to Los Angeles. And so they gave me this bag full of money from the tour money. And I'm just like, just a bag. And I'm nervous now. I'm like, what the hell? I'm the art guy. And now I'm the money guy. And so, but anyway, the point of my story was we all did all sorts of things. And before I forget, the Eric Eazy-E album package with the straight off the motherfucking Compton, I did make the logo, but the idea for the scratch off, that came from Sean Williams, another guy you guys should probably talk to, because Sean is the guy who, if Bone went any place, it's Sean that sent him there. When they had some kind of issue, probably needed a car or got kicked out, he was the guy who had to fix things to get them someplace else. I bring up the tour because, even though it was kind of horrible, it was kind of fun. I got to hang out with them on the periphery. I mean, I was standing there and again, just like you would think, that should be a video game or a movie, just on tour where people are just smoking so much weed and it's just, you get a contact high. I remember one time I walked out, I was on the bus and I looked and there was a girl and she was just sitting there and I'm like, who are you? Oh, I'm no such and such and such. Well, where are you going? Oh, where do you live? I live back there. Well, how are you going to get back? Okay, y'all let her off so we got to get her back home. She can't just ride on, but maybe they can. But that was an adventure in itself. The times of just being on tour. And you should try to talk to Jason Winborn. He was the street guy and he went all over with them. He's probably got all kinds of stories. And stories they probably don't even want told.
It sounds like there was a lot of shared responsibilities from it. It was kind of like, hey, if it's got to be done, get it done. It doesn't matter that you do artwork.
And that's exactly what it was. So whether it's delivering something or going on tour or it's whatever. It was a small company. And then I think you were saying what happened after I left. I went to a big company. I didn't like it. We sat in meetings a lot.
Doing similar stuff, or was it disconnected from music?
No, it was at Interscope. It was at Interscope, which I probably got hired because of Ruthless Records, because I was doing everything. But when you go to a big company, and no fault of Interscope, it's just that it's, you have you sit in a room and then you delegate to people. And to me, that was never fun. So, I like with Bone, between Julio and I, we designed the T-shirts, and then we called the guy who made the T-shirts and had the T-shirts printed. We drive the artwork down to the guy and talk to him. We could pick up the first shirt. There's a guy who's doing a website. I'm talking to the phone on the guy doing the website, and we're sending him. We did everything. And then when you go to a bigger company, you just kind of sit, and then they say, "Oh, we got a merchandising person that does that. Just tell her what you want." We got a web department. They do that. Tell them what you want. And so, at the time, I wanted to do everything.
Were there any other projects that you did with the same energies as Eternal? Like, is there another Don Cunningham project that is along the lines of what Eternal is?
Should I say something I'm working on now? No. I think that was we fell into what's called the Midnight of Souls. No other project. I started a video production company. I made some goofy commercials. I shot some shorts. I think I sold a screenplay at that time. And then I started a family, 2 kids, met a girl from Louisiana who saw this wonderful vegetarian man and decided to corrupt him with hamburger and meat, and all my spirituality went out the door. Wait, don't move. I just found this today. Maybe I'll send it to somebody. Maybe I'll let you give it to one of your fans.
Hold it right in the center.
Faces of Death.
Oh yeah, Faces of Death.
Yeah. It's not E.1999 Eternal, obviously.
Yeah. We've also talked to the artist that made that artwork.
Oh, is that right?
We have, yes. So we get deep into the art piece. I think
the music inspires people, and maybe you get some visions, and music does that. That's why music is part of most rituals and initiations, because it does things to your brain, and it opens you up to other kind of visions.
Is the Midnight of the Soul the same as the Dark Night of the Soul, or is there different things?
I'm reaching for words and they don't always come to me. So yes, the Dark Night of the Soul. You're just trying to get me into occult trouble, aren't you?
I always hear RC. No, I sometimes hear about the Dark Night of the Soul. And I was like, well, I wonder, man, Midnight of the Soul, the same as the Dark. And I played Zelda 2. I don't know if you ever played Zelda 2, but he faces shadow.
My kid did. Yeah, it's kind of when you get stuck between. But so I don't know what to recap. The album itself is an initiatory journey. It's we were trying to build a mythology that we were hoping to carry on to the other albums and build this whole ecosystem of movies and books and comic books and we did stuff by the seat of our pants, and here we are.
So that would have continues. In theory, that would have carried over for multiple albums, and it would have kind of connected all those albums in a way.
Yes, but we would have needed a little more cooperation. So that's what you got. So and it's like I said, it's everybody's got to do what they feel is right for them. My agenda was to make sure that I please Tamika and Cassandra so I can get my check next week. And that's all I cared about. Well, and I cared about the creativity, obviously, because that's a rush. That makes, that's a dopamine rush itself. And the other people involved, the artists, not just them, a lot of artists the same way, they don't always understand. And the only leverage they have is to say, I'm not going to cooperate until you give me what I need.
Could you have continued, had Ruthless continued on? Because some of Ruthless blends over, like Eazy-E and NWA play with the Ouija, and then a lot of that stuff blended over to Bone. So had they had other artists, and if Bone didn't want to cooperate with the art, could you have brought that storyline to like other characters in the Ruthless cinematic universe kind of thing?
Yeah, that's funny, because that's exactly what we discussed, and it's so odd that now that 30 years later, that's like almost a commonplace thing. Everybody does that now. So, but again, it was the music that inspired that. We got a vision from the music. I'm probably gonna listen to and you know what? I didn't listen to E.1999 for a long time, because the way that just the energy that I left the company with, and even though I got hired afterwards, I was like, it could have been something more, and I don't know, but I listen to it now, and I listened to it maybe a couple of months ago, and I'll listen to it again. It'll probably be my favorite album. I don't think I have another album that approaches that level. And my favorite song, not that anybody cares, but is Die, Die, Die. That should have been a video.
Yeah.
Should have been a video.
Yeah, we agree.
We're busy. Well, I can't think what they say, but yeah, I saw him talking shit. And that was
yeah, we agree. We actually RC had broke down that song and found all the samples they used from the Faces of Death videos, and he really went deep, man. We call it going into Donald Cunningham mode when he does it, and he goes into DC mode, and it's absolutely madness, the stuff that he's discovered, and he's the resident madman that has really found out some shit.
Yeah, it feels good when you feel that rush, that flow. So
yeah. I just wanted to ask you, you had said after you had, dabble with a production company and stuff, I'd seen some pictures with you, later on wearing like headphones and holding a boom mic and stuff like that. Was that time frame that you're talking about?
Wow, you did a whole background.
Of course, that's what I do.
On me. Yeah, no, I went to film school, and so we were shooting different shorts and projects, and I was learning, trying to learn how to be a better filmmaker, storyteller. So that was one of the when you're going to make a film, if you're going to be a director, especially, and I direct a couple of little music videos, but you always want to get a picture of yourself by the camera pointing. And then that's your picture that you use whenever you tell people you're a filmmaker.
Yeah.
And then when they ask you, you say, I have numerous projects in various stages of development, which means I'm come on, man, I'm driving Uber. I'm not, but I'm saying that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, man. It's crazy to look at the different chapters and evolution. And of course, you get older, right? You guys were younger doing Eternal. By the time you're at that point, you're a seasoned, just older guy figuring out like life and what you're going to do. Do you still do anything in that field or even in the graphic arts field? Like when's the last time you did, anything like creative in one of those lanes?
I mess around every day. I mean, the whole industry is now changed because, I'm looking at your probably image to video avatar, and I'm messing around with probably like you with Comfy UI and some large language models, open source large language models, and trying to see what kind of creativity I can do. And yeah, that's what I'm doing now, as far as creativity. But it's just for me. So we'll see. Maybe like everybody else, I got a book that I need to illustrate, and my baby's mama has a book I need to illustrate, and yeah. But like I said, everything's changed now.
Yeah,
we can just type a prompt, and all the stuff that Julio used to, people used to say, hey, we need it done. He can probably just type a prompt now, and it's done, text and all.
What's interesting is in a lot of the interview, you've given a lot of the credit of things to Julio. In Julio's interview, he repeatedly says, that's Donald Cunningham.
Julio lies.
That's Donald Cunningham. When's the last time that you had spoke to Tyree or Donald?
I think I talked to them last month. Yeah, we hang out all the time. So I thought about maybe a month ago.
You and Julio or Tyree?
Both.
Nice.
Yeah, different times.
Yeah. So what you're saying is that there is a chance that I could get a Donald, Julio, Tyree episode.
No, none whatsoever. None whatsoever. We can never be on the same. It would cause some kind of instability in the time space that we call reality.
You know what I think?
Simulation.
You know what I think is 8 years ago there was no chance I was getting Donald Cunningham on the show either.
Yeah, there's no chance. No chance. No, I'm. It's funny because I knew you would ask that, and I said I'm going to make up a lie and say, yeah, I talked to those guys last month. I haven't talked to those guys in years and years and years.
Really?
Years, yeah.
Mm. Well, that's even more reason for us to see the reunion.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not.
Tyree went on to do great things. I'm sure you know.
Oh, no. I follow Tyree. I know Tyree. He actually did call me. Maybe he was checking on my dad. Like I said, his mom she was like a mom to me for a long time, and he was, you know, he's like the little brother that I wanted to exploit for his artistic talents. But yeah, we did some other stuff. He put me down a couple of jobs when I was having my video production company. He's done other things. He did Bob's Big Boy, but he did another show. I think RD something. What's the show where it was the red and blue Halo guys that they had like a parody show?
Oh, I
I
don't.
think it was
Remember.
called Red versus
Ruby?
Blue.
Yeah. Red, but Red versus Blue. But there was just an acronym. So yeah, we did something on that, and I think we messed around trying to do a Bob's Burger episode, but ours didn't work out. His worked out, but I didn't make any money. So, yeah.
Worked out. He went on to direct a Bob's Burger movie and
Oh yeah,
all kinds of stuff.
And he just did The Goat, which was, you know.
I harass him as well, but not as much as I do you and Julio. So
Yeah.
you've all got the thing. Let's do the we don't have to go in depth here. I'm gonna ask you kind of quick questions about the artwork, and you kind of tell me what you remember.
Okay, go ahead.
So we already talked about. I told you about the hidden initials on the cover.
Yes.
Do you remember? We at this point believe in the top left there is a billboard, and you see the side of it. I think as kids we all thought it said like homies or something, but as we found out more about Bone had a beer store in Cleveland that they loved,
Yes.
called Economies.
Yep, Economies.
Is that billboard confirmed
Yes.
that that's supposed to be Economies?
I want to say I believe yes, because I would have put that on there. I remember Economies, and so I was trying to tie the image to anything that made sense that I read about Bone. So more than likely there was something in a biography, and if I'm saying that, it's probably because some part of my brain is pushing that up, and that is that it probably said they went to Economies or whatever, and so we put that on there. The sign is not accurate, obviously. So
Go ahead.
And obviously that little black line is not how East-99 and Eternal actually meets up in real life. But as you said or did you say that already? That it's
So
We made a video about it.
So Julio and his actually said what we did was we used the left side of a pentagram.
Julio lies.
And
that's
that's
not,
the left
it's
side
not
of a
true.
pentagram.
No, that's how it fit together. He just making stuff up. No, it's a pentagram, yeah. Axis Mundi. It's like I said, we were creating this journey, and so the Axis Mundi that if you know about this, it's a doorway to the spiritual realm. It's not always in one place. It moves around, and because of the things that were happening in the world, it ended up with Cleveland with these 4 guys, and that was going to send them on their adventure. And like I said, we tried to incorporate as much of that kind of stuff as possible. At least I did. And again, I had to hide it, because if I put a pentagram on the cover, then obviously somebody's going to say, Don, why you put a pentagram on the cover? You did devil worshiper? And I'm like, no, I'm not a devil worshiper. It's like pentagrams. So I put a corner.
Just
and
the
I did
corner.
I did it in CorelDRAW, which is this little low-end cheap program, like Canva.
Yeah.
So imagine somebody doing some album artwork using Canva and saying, "Hey, here's something you're going to send for $1 million."
I remember CorelDRAW as a kid.
Yeah,
I'm deep into art, so I.
Okay, so then CorelDRAW is not Illustrator. It was just,
sure.
Yeah, it was.
So
it was something cheap that I think I even bootlegged when we used to be able to bootleg stuff off the internet and hope that it wasn't a virus when you installed it on your computer.
So
what's interesting about, real quick, that even though it is a pentagram, I think the way the map of Cleveland is, I think like St. Clair Avenue does. There's 2 intersecting streets that actually make that triangle. I know it's of a larger pentagram, but what we see of the triangle, there is somewhere on the Cleveland map that has that intersection that looks like that. So I always just suspected it was just the intersection based on the map.
It might be. I'm pretty sure I went and found a map of Cleveland. but I just knew I wanted a pentagram.
Did you guys fill in the other side too? Is there like a
No,
secret version? Okay.
And like I said, I never, and it's so funny. Nobody ever knew. Nobody, that thing was like that, and nobody ever said it. Like, you know, it went through.
People argue us, by the way. When I made my video, I had very upset Bone fans arguing me that I'm making propaganda.
Oh no, it was definitely a pentagram. I remember when I drew the first pentagram, and I'm like, man, I can't, and because it was going to be just like he was saying, it was going to be like crazy streets going all over. I'm like, well, I can't put that on there. But a pentagram is not necessarily the devil. That's just a magical symbol. It can represent all kinds of things.
Is it purposely pointing at Eazy in the window?
It'll be more fun to say yes.
Okay,
yes.
I like that. Okay.
Yes, it's pointing at Eazy because he moved into the Axis Mundi and began his journey.
Behind Crazy Bone on the far right, it looks like there's some sort of entity hidden behind Crazy Bone.
Whenever we saw Crazy Bone, even in real life, we would always see this shadow moving behind him. So it probably is there. Not really. No, I'm making that up. I don't know. That's the first I've heard of it, and Julio didn't say he put something there?
No.
And what about?
Well, but we did notice that in some of the music videos, Crazy always has something over his right shoulder.
Yes. Often.
He could, but guess what? It could be something angelic, something that is protecting him. I think people automatically assume, ooh, scary, bad.
RC actually believes instead of it being scary and bad, that it's actually more representational of like a muse. So
yeah. Muse or familiar or just or even an ancestor. If you know an ancestor who's just say I'm gonna protect this one. But that's go ahead.
The skulls, the little skulls. You and I talked about them last night.
Little skulls.
The little skulls. I actually showed you how, and I think that your place that you purchased them.
Yes.
I think that they got that set that I sent you that came in like an egg carton, and they said, let's just break this down and sell them individually. We'll make more money. Because those actually got sold initially as a 12-pack of skulls in an egg carton.
Yeah.
And RC had found one, and I said, well, I can't let Bone fans find this and devalue the skull that was sent to me. So I bought all fucking 12 of them, and they're headed my way.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I was like, this can't happen.
I bought it single. It was probably like, again, this was when I went on my journey to try to find Bone stuff. I mean, and I'm not being, this was in the Bone box. So the Bone box is just stuff I put away, and wherever I move, it's in a white box. So don't think that I'm like every day, like, oh, here's the Bone thing from 30 years ago. I wish they would call me. I don't. But I found this. So these were some bones. They never got used. They never got opened. But I bought a lot of stuff because I didn't know what I was going to do. We didn't, like I said, didn't have pictures. So I bought a lot of stuff. And then I guess in a certain way, it becomes divinatory, or you're trying to divine what you're going to make. So you put all these things out, and then you say, okay, this speaks to me. This will be cool. This image, that image. And that's how I ended up with stuff, because I have no training. I know one day Julio was telling me about colors, because he went to school for that. And I'm like, I don't know nothing about that, man. Just don't tell people that's a pentagram. That's all I can say. Just keep that quiet.
Keep that a secret.
Yeah, he told me anyway.
Until he did. He dropped it on me, and then Beyond the Harmony blew it up, and Bone fans have argued with me, but now 2 artists have confirmed it. So
they should know. Hopefully people went in. And I think the biggest thing, like I said, I love this guy. I love that you did all this work. And I hope people actually went and looked and said, you know what? Even though they told me in school and growing up that these things were bad or evil, this really is not. It's just, it's enlightenment. It's another way of looking at things, and knowledge should be free. And so if you look up a pentagram, it's not the devil. it has nothing. It's nothing different.
The way we understand it, it's what you intend for it. So
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, the music, Bones music itself, has been demonized. We're not against rap. We're not against rappers, but we are against those thugs. Well, the music is not, it's not bad. And I know the music, actually, they used some Bone music for, what movie was it?
Talking about the Notorious Thugs for Fast and Furious recently?
No, it was
It was on Pineapple Express.
Summer of something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Was it they used the CROSSROADS or was it another?
Probably was a CROSSROADS. And then people thought that the music. We'll get there. But it's in one of your shows, so you talked about it.
Okay. Yeah. Although I guess Papa Leg on your little speed run there, Cecil. Do you have any Papa Legba?
Yeah. Let me speed run them. You guys are killing me.
Yeah.
On the map.
Yes.
Do the 6 crosses mean anything?
They probably do. It was probably something that, like I said, in my not sleeping, they had some meaning, and I don't remember anymore.
Do you know why Lilith Place is between E1999 and Eternal on the map?
Lilith is Adam's first wife before Eve. I think. Where is it again?
It's between E99 and Eternal Street on the map.
It's kind of in this, and it's almost in the center. It's like center up. It's actually prominent. It's almost like the most important street. Well, second most important.
Yeah, hold on.
And it intersects with Heller Drive and Valley Boulevard. And which street is that? Yeah, Heller Drive.
Yeah, that's what I can tell you. I mean, everybody knows Lilith is, hopefully.
Yeah.
Well, some people probably don't. Adam had a first wife named Lilith. It didn't work out. And because she refused to say that he was whatever.
She wanted to be on top.
She became one of the first demons that people say demonized her because she didn't want to be a helpmate, I guess. Anyway. I don't know. I don't know why I put Lilith there, but there was a reason. There may have been something that maybe I was having a conversation with somebody, or I don't think it was Tamika. I don't think it represents her. But I did put like a lot of, I put a lot of occult and mythology things there. If anything, where people would just look and say, "Let me find out what this is."
Was the message from Eazy-E? Was it always that same message the entire time that you remember? And where did that recording come from?
I think we ought to leave that one alone. There was a message. I know I put a message on there, and I remember sort of doing it because obviously people figured it out. And I think the first person to figure it out should have got like some kind of, also got I sent him something. But yeah, I don't remember where the message came from.
Okay.
I know because I have, we had stuff from Eric. We had stuff. If you look at all of his commercials for his album, those were things, we reused things that we had because we didn't have an artist. So more than likely we had stuff. But so either I'm a genius or whoever the guy who wrote that thing and put that message on there is a genius. Because even I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah. That's the perfect message for it. As opposed to somebody saying, buy the new album. Thank you for looking at the map. Buy the new album for a bone. Which would have been stupid.
It blew my mind as a kid dialing that number here in Eazy-E. I was a huge Eazy-E fan, and I thought he was dead. And then he picks up the phone. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this.
There was something, like I said, there was a message on there, and it was something like that. So maybe that was it. But I don't know how they would have got that phone number because it is correct, the map that they went through. That is the code. That is the coded number in the map. And as far as how it happened, again, I did it in a night. Went to sleep, and when I woke up, it was all done. And I'm not trying to be funny or mystical. And it sounds corny sometimes when I listen to him, like that's corny. And yeah, the part about aren't demons merely angels trying to free you from your pain? That was from Jacob's Ladder, which I thought was deep to me. It wasn't something I'd ever thought about before.
You know, that's this about how this all came to you through a night. I don't know if are you familiar with the Codex Gigas? It's a illuminated manuscript. It was made. It was like the size of two people. Some monk stayed in his cave one night. He had to transcribe the whole Bible in one night, and somehow he did it in one night, and nobody knows how he did it. So it's almost like through time it seems that people.
Yeah, I like the idea of it, but I wouldn't put myself on the level of that. That's just, I came up with a little crazy poem. You know, this guy died, and he had to, and he left his mentor. I mean, he mentored some little guys, and then he died, and so he, and I just kind of told his story, and somehow his story just came to me. It just flowed out that night, and somehow they let me put it on the album, which I'm surprised, because again, I was sure Tamika was going to say no. I usually do a Tamika impression voice, but I'm not going to do it because she hates it. And on the off chance that she sees this, I don't want her to.
I have been told Tamika, who's also in my top 5. You were in my top 5. Tamika's in my top 5. Who was never ever going to let me interview her, but I have been told before that she has seen pieces of my interviews. So who knows?
Yeah. She's cool. She, like I said, she on a tangent. You got to think. People giving her a lot of shit, but
we're the complete opposite here. Just so you know, a lot of Bone fans really shit on her, and I'm not just me. Literally, all 3 of us. I'm like, hey, 0 people understand the responsibility that she took on, especially with her knowledge, and not only that, but she takes a lot of shit, and I'm like, hey, just so you know, the absolute peak of Bone Thugs and Harmony fame happened not under Eazy-E, but happened under Tamika Wright. And they went from superstar rappers under Eazy to absolute cultural icons under Tamika.
Yes.
And she was, she takes a lot of shit.
I'm gonna give Cassandra Ware just as much, but more importantly, like I said, there's I think a lot of it she got because they're women, and they had that extra. They got to fight even more. And then from Tamika's side, she's got to fight the court. She had to fight with Sony and Relativity to just say, hey, we're legitimate. And then she's got to fight also Eric's family. I don't know for sure, but I'm sure they're like, hey, who are you? Why are you trying to take over all this stuff? So, but she didn't give up, and I'm low man on the totem pole, but we've clashed before, but in the end, it wasn't important. It was like it's just a couple of chapters in the story and moving on. But as I look back, she had a lot on her and a lot of pressure, I hope at some point, she looks back and says, yeah, you did some cool stuff. Yeah. She was nice sometimes, and in the end, she was very, very kind, and she helped me out, as well as everybody else. I'm sure we need to talk to, like I said, if you can talk to Sean Williams, John Troxdale, Jason Winborn.
I've tried to get Cassandra. She ducks me too.
Yeah, so. I talked to her. She's not. She ain't feeling it. The Tovio brothers. You talked to the Tovios?
Yeah, I want them. We haven't, but I do want them because they're awesome. So I
they are awesome. They are. Tovio brothers is good.
On the front cover, E.1999 Eternal, the actual lettering itself, are those Nordic runes?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Oh, who knows what's the truth anymore?
I love it. Who knows?
Above all, yes. Tell them those are Nordic runes.
Yeah.
From Corel Draw.
They're very similar to the ones that are etched around the center of the disc on the
Matthew, you look
on the reprint.
You look like you're in disbelief, but you don't believe me. if they're runes, they're runes.
Yeah. So they were okay. Is that the Futhark and the wait, which runes are you talking about? On the front cover, there's runes?
The E1999 Eternal, the actual words, RC has always said, hey, those letters are more than just letters. Those, if you look close to them, they're actual runes.
Runes flipped in different directions, turned. Yeah.
Oh.
There you go, RC.
I mean, remember, you can't tell everybody everything because we're trying to get this album through, and then because what if I put some bad words in it, and then they got to deal with it later? So
the CD,
that's why we just
Sanskrit in the eyes says East 1999.
I think that is Julio. Nope, that would have been me. What did RC say it was?
He said the ones in the eyes say East 1999, and then on the disc itself it says East 1999 Eternal, which makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, the whole thing was supposed to be part of a ritual, so probably so.
He says
symbols at the time. I mean, the whole ask your occult guy, but symbols, even though they have power, they have they're words. You say a word, and a word has power in it. Symbols have powers, crucifix, pentagrams, Sanskrit, everything, these symbols, they have power in them. So we coded that into the album as well, but it's art. There's nothing, it's not evil. It's just, and these symbols made people think.
There's binary code on there.
There's binary code. Binary is symbols as well.
144,000, actually.
It's just a random number, man.
Is it?
I ran it through a binary calculator.
Random number. You could multiply that by 2, and what is that?
If that was a random number, okay. So on calculator on Windows, you could type in binary, and when I typed it in, it converted to 144,000. What's the chance of that?
I don't even speak binary. I just put some dots on there. I had extra dots, and so however those dots are there, because I had extra dots. So I put those dots there, and I ran out of dots. I put the dots someplace else.
Wait, that was some other dots. I think that was the Morse code part, but there is some zeros and ones somewhere. I remember the dots were the Morse code. Yeah. Huh. Wow. Amazing.
Flesh and Bone later on in a song called Resurrection, Paper from the Resurrection album that came out after you had departed. I believe that's a song where he says something about 144,000.
Right.
So,
yeah.
There's probably people make up stuff, but I mean, I'm sure that there's somebody has some kind of biblical meaning of what the 144,000 was. I would hope that it'd be more than that.
That's the Jehovah's Witness number.
8 billion people on the planet. Hate to think that it'd be a pretty lonely place.
So we bring this piece up. I had just said something about it, but we bring it up a lot because this thing that I'm about to bring up literally brought this show back. It's what brought RC into the fold. It's how you started to get harassed by me again, which is we received after probably a year of not doing the show, we receive an email from somebody with a mysterious name of High Tone. And High Tone says, hey, have you ever taken the original pressing of Eternal and the repress and put them on top of each other? And if you do, and you look, you will see that it shows you a bunch of runes, and they're etched in there. And he says, you can't see them if you don't do this. Now you can, of course you can, but I think what he was having happen was when he'd put them on top of each other, it made them very clear. A couple things. First of all, I'm guessing much like the clear translucent and the scratch off stuff, you guys just pushed the envelope and said, hey, can you guys etch something right here? Do you remember how that came about, that you even got them to do that?
I think Julio did that because he worships the devil, and You should ask him about it.
Okay.
I don't remember that, but I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm trying to. You guys, we don't want to be mystical. We want to mystical. We want to keep this rooted in reality. But things happen. Things happen. Things fall into place. Things, nothing is random in the universe. If it was from the biggest galaxy or the tiniest atom, things would have flown apart a long time ago. So some things are just going to happen that way. So it could be that when you put those things together, it was meant to happen, that it would be some other runes. How did that sound?
We spent months and months and months trying to decode this, and then they're very hard to see. And then out of nowhere, almost fate interjects, and a repressing of Eternal comes out, and it's a record. And in the record, they print a bunch of the artwork in a way we've never seen it before. And that piece is printed big as hell instead of very small and clear. And we got to analyze it more. So
cannot keep a secret.
Yeah,
Jesus.
they totally took your secret, and they threw it up there. So it sounds like you're either one, you're not going to tell us, or two, you don't remember. But do you know if those runes mean anything, or are they just random thrown at the wall runes?
I'm going to say that everything means something.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean we have to know what it means. And like I said, the whole idea of when you know who Carl Jung is, right?
Yes.
You know about the collective consciousness, and you know about, like, in the hero's journey. These things are written into something even below our DNA, something below. It's just so when you start, just because, and I mean, even from the album from DJ Unique, who I like I said, before he met Bone, or before we met him, he made this album that went with their lyrics, and then somehow somebody made it like a movie. He probably doesn't know, oh, it's like a movie, but we repeat these things because it's important somehow, this pattern. And so I think that the album is repeating this pattern. Did I know that I was doing certain things? No. But did I do them? Yeah. Some things were intentional, and then some things I just did, and I didn't think about it. I say again, that story, I'm being very honest, I don't know where it came from, other than it's not Chat GPT. I don't think I could write one today. But I did. I sat down, and it wasn't like it wasn't a, and I'm going to bring that back up. It wasn't a composition where I was like, okay, this, let me go back. It wasn't. The map I made like that. I knew where the pentagram was supposed to go. I made the map, and then it came together. That was probably the easiest thing that I did. The thing that everybody's like, oh, it's so hard. That was the easiest thing that I did.
The runes around the disc, of course, in the middle, there's a big hole.
Yeah.
But you can see right around the edge, and then when they reprinted the artwork in the vinyl, and so we got to see the full picture big, you realize it's Odin's horn, and Odin's horn would be in the middle of the disc.
So I'm going to say again that, in Christianity is not free of it. There's this pattern that goes through everything. And I guess when you start messing with it and using it as artwork and stories and songs and whatever, that pattern gets into everything. And so it's even Odin in Norse mythology, it's the same pattern. So yeah, those runes probably ended up in there. I don't remember what they said, but whatever they wanted to say at the time is what they said. And Julio, let's say Julio.
Okay. Julio would say Don. I like how you guys work for two guys that haven't talked in a long time.
Now,
you guys sure have similar answers for guys that haven't talked in a long time.
He did a lot of that artwork. He was, when I would leave, he would probably tweak it, and I just let it go. Julio.
under the disc, the Escape from Hell.
Escape from Hell.
It says invoke, suppress. Suppress is spelled incorrectly. Is it just a typo, or was this done on purpose?
It's the Sumerian. It's the Sumerian version of the word suppress, and yeah, it's probably a typo. So that was Julio too. He can't spell. No, that was me. So that was in CorelDRAW. I like I said, all that artwork, all that stuff that's like fine straight lines, that was me on CorelDRAW. So I would do stuff 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then I would make it and look at it like, oh, it looks pretty cool. And then in the morning, I would have like a little 3.5 floppy that they don't even make anymore, and I would load it up, and I would drive it to Julio's house and say, Julio, here's the back thing for it. And he would open it up and say, what does this mean? I'm like, I don't know, but this will be cool on the back, and we'll put that for the hell thing. And yeah, invoke, suppress. That was from a story that I wrote called The Dead Cunninghams. It was a, you don't need to know about it anyway. So anyway, but yeah, it was a invoke, suppress, because they have to, when a Cunningham dies, we have to burn the body, because if not, within 3 days, the body will come back to life. So there are people that call suppressors when you tell them, hey, such and such, Uncle Jerry died. So then you go and they come over and they take care of Uncle Jerry's body. But if they don't, then something invokes him back to life if the suppressors don't suppress him back to life. That's where the two words came from.
So on the European version,
that was a movie idea. That's not the truth, because when we die, we just stay dead. Even though my last name is Cunningham, it's from a story. Just to be clear.
In the European version of this, it also includes the word eliminate.
Well, it's when you burn them, you got to eliminate them. I mean, you know, it's demons. It's demons. It's sentient algorithms. Oh, damn. Now what's he talking about? So you have to eliminate sentient algorithms. That's what demons are. If there's any binary involved as well.
Is it just by chance that the 4 skeletons' hands, each one points to one of Bone's 5 senses? Smell, seeing, hearing.
But are there 5 hands or 4?
4.
Okay. I think it's just by chance.
By chance.
Because they wouldn't have lined up on a picture unless I somehow fooled them into thinking that's not where I wanted them to be. And then they would go to where I did not want them to be. And then they would match up with those hands.
But just so we're clear, though, Lazy and Flesh are like really close together on it. And that hand kind of points to 2 different senses. So maybe it's one of those things that you did on accident, on purpose.
Like I said, anything we could think to encode something weird. So I think maybe Julio turned it or he made it work that way.
Well, we've covered tons of stuff. I could do this forever with you.
No, you can't. We're gonna, and not to mention, what about the missing finger?
The missing finger.
Yeah, the missing finger and the tech, like the Hebrew text or something.
Yeah, and the infinity symbol.
Yeah.
Yep, that too. Yeah, there's 2 infinity symbols.
That one's pointing at crazy, right?
And is it are those helium atoms? Like there's, because it's like that, you know, in chemistry, there's 2. Actually, I don't want to take you off the idea here.
You're good.
Was that supposed to represent helium on the? It's the bottom left hand corner hand, and it's the skeleton hand. And there's like a outer orbital shell for, you know, helium has 2 neutrons, like, or protons or electrons in the outer shell. Is that what those were? Was that for helium?
I don't remember. Being honest.
Okay.
Hellseal was something else that came together really quickly. And it was influenced and inspired by Creature Core, which was a Japanese book. Yeah, and then also because it had clip art of hands.
So the the missing middle finger with the infinity symbol on top of that.
I lost my finger in a boating accident, so I decided to go ahead and. No, man, I'm just messing with my fingers. It was. I must have. There was somebody that had a missing finger that was in magic, and I can't remember who it was. He had to sacrifice his finger, and so I closed it off with infinity, and that was it. But it was something that was just something I thought was cool. I didn't want to just put a bunch of hands pointing, so I added some enigma, which was the missing finger and the infinity symbol.
This is the last wacky thing I'll throw at you. RC believes heavily in Eternal being a full-blown Ouija board, and the CD almost being like the planchette. And he's got a full theory. We're gonna do a video on it. I know you kind of saw the outline.
I like RC.
He's a genius.
Listen, it's like I've been saying, but it's not the devil. It's not. Nobody's little imps are going to come and get you. It's just there's a.
He says it's not the devil and the light went out.
That wasn't me. Yeah, I mean it's a divinatory thing. The album itself is, man. You listen to it over and over again, you're going to go into a state. You know, you don't need any mushrooms for that. You just listen to it, especially Die, Die, Die. It's just. Yeah, I wish I knew the perfect thing to say, but basically it's you can look at stuff like when they opened up the CERN super collider. We repeated the pattern that exists, and you're seeing it in multiple philosophies throughout the album package. As I ramble, it's not cursed. Ouija board was not cursed, although the guy that made the Ouija board actually fell to his death in the Ouija board factory. But it could have happened in a Monopoly factory. You never know. If you can use it as a Ouija board, yeah. But these are props and things that you would find in a ritual. The album is a ritual. The album is a ritual.
And the laser beam hitting the runes on the disc, is that like creating a whole world?
Wow. We done? This interview over?
There's a meme, actually. I'll ask you this. There's a meme. I don't know if you've seen it. It's of a kid holding up the mystic oracle up to a mirror. It's a cartoon, and there's like a bunch of people said, yeah, when I did this is what determined the rest of my life. And the meme is hilarious. But yeah,
I like to see that. That's funny. I mean, you could use a glass to do, if you want to try to use that kind of divinatory practice. You could use a glass with people's fingers on it. They've done all kind of stuff. It wasn't meant to be a complete Ouija board, but it does have those elements in it, and it can be used as that. Yes.
Well, that's why we're still here 30 years later.
Both Julio and Tyree both said that they kept some secrets to themselves in the interview that I asked.
Good.
Did Donald Cunningham keep some secrets to himself during this interview as well?
I'm sure. You know I have. Because I have a nice, calm, peaceful life. I just want to drink my soda and eat my almonds and have a peaceful life. And yeah, that's it. They're not bad secrets. I mean, it's stuff that's out there. I mean, it's like, let me think of something crazy I can say. Yeah, it's not. There's nothing in the album that can hurt anybody. Again, we just there is a field or a pattern underneath, and I didn't make it up. If you just look, everybody sees it. Everybody knows that there's something every person that we go through. You know, there's a birth, there's these challenges, there's a death, and there's a rebirth. You see it in nature, and I think some people maybe have a problem with, and that's what the album says to me. And I think some people think that we're born from nothing, and then you either die and you go to nothing, or you die and you go to a place and you exist there forever. And that's a model that is not present in the rest of the world. And the album, that's not what the album was saying. The album was saying we die and we come back.
Last question.
Yeah.
What are the chances when Beyond the Harmonies in Los Angeles that we meet Don Cunningham in person?
Well, I'm AI, so that'll probably be impossible. He took a long time to code this. Yeah, man, you're the one, Mr. Skeleton.
Yeah.
You have to.
Somebody had to keep some fucking mystery around here.
Yeah. I think we did pretty good. I think, like I said, we answered some questions and we didn't answer questions. And like Julio and Tyree said, we're going to keep the rest of the secrets. But I will say that, RC, stay where you are now. Someone's coming to talk to you. And that will be it. I think if you read RC's thing, you pretty much got the gist of it. And it's all sort of the same thing. We put as much in there as possible. And it was for people to discern. And the music is the same way. You listen to music. Every time you hear that album, you get something else. And so that's what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years. There's Donald Cunningham. You're Beyond the Harmony interview. It's finally gone down. Don, thank you for letting me harass you for the last 8 years of your life about a thing that you did when you were a young man.
When I was a young man.
When you were a young man, and 30 years later, you've been harassed for almost a decade by me. I appreciate you greatly. And the unfortunate thing is I wouldn't expect the harassment to stop from me.
No, I mean, like I said, I enjoy you. Cool dude. And I'm glad to meet all these people. I like RC's thing. You should give everybody RC's booklet, because that's...
Oh, we're turning that into videos. We've just been waiting for this interview. That's coming next. Yeah. This interview was the last piece before it had to be turned into videos, Don.
You should redo the whole booklet and then re-release your... No, I guess you can't do that. But yeah.
We can't. We can't do it. I know guys that can, though.
Yeah. But inspired by... AI created, inspired by E.1999 Eternal, a whole initiatory journey. And
I don't believe AI could reproduce what a blacked out Donald Cunningham woke up to.
What are you talking about, man? When AI hallucinates, it's just getting information from another multiverse, another world. And you guys think it's hallucinating. Nope. In fact, in the other multiverse, who was it that did the Bone album? Somebody, Money Grip or somebody?
Oh, you talking about like a mashup Bone, like a...
No, I'm messing with them, but I saw before the large language model ChatGPT said that some other person designed the album of just it being a Ouija board, and it was like Big Money Grip or...
Oh yeah. That was a Gemini that told me that. Yeah. It was telling me the craziest things, and it even was quoting Beyond the Harmony as like an authoritative source for this, not for that particular piece, but I was like, where is this? It felt like I was reading my own
from another multiverse. Who knows? Who knows? Little bits of information feed across, and there you go.
Yeah. The multiple frequencies, and that's this has been amazing, Donald. You made all of our dreams come true today. This is a long time coming. RC is thrilled. I hope he's there in LA. If you guys even do a dinner or whatever is clever, I won't be there, but cool. The rest of the guys will be there.
Yeah, you guys come out. We'll go do something.
I love it. We're going to be out there. We're coming out for Bone is getting their star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Are they?
July 8th.
Oh, wait. I'll tell you one last funny thing.
Tell us.
In the commercial for E.1999 Eternal, there's a voice. It's my voice, by the way. It says, Bone. And on it, I'm saying, And I'm saying, Bone owes me money. Bone owes me money. If you listen to it, and that's because I actually loaned. I think it was lazy. I don't. I'm not want the money back, but I loaned him $40. And back then, it was like you weren't getting paid. So I was like, man, I didn't get my money back. And so when they said you got to say something, I was like, hey, Bone owe me money. Bone owe me money. So that was me. And so
we did hear that, Bone. Actually, RC, didn't you point that out? Who said the Bone when we were doing the video about that video?
And it just
he's not. He can't. Yeah.
It just made me laugh whenever I saw the commercial. So 30 years later, now they know that was me being stupid and being petty, being stupid and petty.
We wondered about that. Thanks for letting us. Yeah, that was a funny voice in there. Yep.
To be continued in LA when we come out. We're coming out. We're there on the 8th to see the Walk of Fame. We're gonna do a live episode out there. We're gonna most likely also meet Julio while we're out there and do a little tour around LA, looking at different significant bone related sites. Do you remember where, by the way, you had said that the CROSSROADS was shot in a real graveyard? Do you remember where that was?
Yeah. No. But it was a Jewish graveyard. So, and it was over someplace in the hood. No, I can probably find out.
Don Cunningham, everyone. 8 years in the making. Don, I'll be in touch. We are, I'm going to take you up on meeting you while we're in LA. I know that would make RC Thugs his life. And I think that, I think me and Matt will be the odd ones out at that dinner, and we'll just have to shut the fuck up while you two talk. But I think you guys got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. All right. So thanks a lot, guys. RC, I see you're back. Good work on your research.
Yeah.
Take care.
Thank you, Don. Have a great night.
You too, man.
Dude, my mouth is my jaw. I've been grinning, not grinning. I've been smiling 3 hours. I can't believe it's 11, whatever it is. It flew by. Amazing.
Yeah,
Totally amazing. Totally amazing, dude. Man. Hey, top 5 all time. Don Cunningham. Man. Awesome stuff, man. And with RC riding shotgun, made it even more amazing.
Yeah, man. You know, man, number one, you know, season 6, pretty interesting, right? I said in the Discord, I said, is there anything after season 6? 8 years in the making. It literally took 8 years of me harassing RC, creating, me texting, videoing. You gotta draft the questions. It's like he put us through the gauntlet before he was ready to just to let us do this. And I saw a lot of people saying in the chat, I didn't see all of it. Shout out to Joe Cal, $100 super chat. I saw a lot of people saying like, he's acting like he doesn't know. He's this, it's that. Like, of course he must remember this. Like, what do you mean? I absolutely knew the answers we were getting are the answers that we were going to get. And, you know, Julio did a similar thing, but not at this level. And I'm really amazed. Again, shout out to RC. You know, he built it again. I wouldn't have let anybody, not only would I have not let somebody do this, I wouldn't have trusted anybody to do this. I literally didn't even read the fucking questions. I scanned some. There was in a couple of the sections, I knew a couple things that RC didn't, just about, random personal shit because I'm friends with Don on Facebook. But I didn't read him. I knew he had it. I was like, if anybody's got this, he's got this. 8 years, I've never let anybody do that. I knew he built a fantastic interview, and some of the questions on the surface level you may not be appeased with, but this is absolutely a scenario in an interview that you have to look past the surface level of the answers that you just got. And if you can't do that, you're just not going to get the answer ever.
Yeah, I feel Donald actually answered everything in his way, and I was satisfied with every single answer we got. I there was nothing held back if you know how to detect it. So it was
pretty entertaining guy.
He absolutely, depending on how you decode the interview, he's talking to two audiences and there's two answers going on. So take it for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Take it for what it's worth. The mystery continues. A bunch of things get confirmed. Yes, it's absolutely a pentagram. But also, right before that, no, of course it's not. Julio's a fucking liar. Yeah, it's a pentagram. Is it? Isn't it? Which one was the story?
Let's be honest. A little angle, a triangle showing is not a pentagram.
Sure. What
words could have two meanings?
Listen, when you say, of course it's not, Julio's a liar, yeah, it is. What's the answer? We don't know.
You have to ask the right question to get the answer you want.
Well, I think that he made it clear that a bunch of the things that we wanted to know are, for some people, this is a bad thing. For some people, this is a good thing. It's how did you interpret the Eternal artwork? It's whatever you want it to be. If you want it to be that the fingers are pointed at the five senses, then they are. Or it's just stuff that we threw at the fucking wall and it just so happens to look like that, and you guys are reading deep into it. Right? 144,000. That's just random number. That's whatever. Okay, Don. Sure it is. So some things are obvious, and so of course he had to say, yeah, that's what it is. Other things are, I don't know. Is it that to you? Then it is. And so, yeah, we confirmed, but I hope for everybody, as we've been the Christmas killer of Eternal for 8 years, and so many things and so many interviews have been decoded, and we have brought to light all kinds of things. I hope this kept the mystery rocking for a bunch of people. And if you're frustrated at some of the answers, that means the mystery continues for you.
It did both simultaneously, which was the amazingness of it. It answered it and didn't answer it all at the same time. So that's the best way to do it.
It was like watching a David Lynch movie.
Yes.
Crazy says he's a weird guy. Let me ask you a question, Crazy. Did you read that passage, do the map, call the number, and just assume that a regular motherfucker did that? Does that seem like something that a common, regular, run-of-your-mill guy creates? It can't be. I'm monotone and not the crazy excited that I am, because I'm still processing everything that we've gone through the last couple hours, and to be in the driver's seat and to have to hold this together And remember going into it, I said, he's gonna battle me. I'm going to have to, we're gonna have to battle. And he's gonna win some battles and I'm gonna win some battles. Okay. But the battles that I won are because he let me. All right. He's just like, okay. And then there's ones that I didn't. And there's certain things that he's like, you guys don't need to know about that. But let me drop some breadcrumbs. I'm not going to tell you about it. You guys don't need to know about that. And then a moment later, he'd drop a couple breadcrumbs. So, you know, if you're RC, you're going madder than ever right now because this gave you zero closure except for little things like, oh, are those runes? Is Eternal spelled out with runes? Yeah, it is. Oh, cool. Minor closure. But then there's massive things. So, phenomenal interview, different than any other interview I've ever done, but like absolutely lived up to what I expected it to be. I know I didn't hit all RC's questions. It's okay. It's okay because RC and I now have the final, this was the final bullet in the chamber for us to bang out these videos. And, you know, some cool shit's about to happen now. And I hope Matt and I were planning out the LA trip today and just what to do on what day, because we're like, hey, we're packing in every moment. If Beyond the Harmony fans are going to be out there, we have like a window where we hope to see everybody. But after that, it's off to the races. The three of us are very busy, and it's. I'm hoping we get to meet Don. I'm hoping we get to meet Julio. I'm hoping we get to meet Don. Listen, when's the last time you guys talked? Yeah, we talked last week. No, that's a lie. We haven't talked in years. What the fuck is it? I don't know.
Could be both. That was a great job, Cecil. That was unlike any interview Beyond the Harmony has ever had. I think I knew it was going to be different if a guy that creates that kind of stuff is willing to be interviewed about it, right? And put up with something he did 30 years ago, but navigated really well. Because yes, RC's body of work is like a phenomenal PhD dissertation on Eternal, but navigating it live with somebody who is being cagey intentionally and is super smart is on another level. So that was super fun to watch it happen.
I felt him testing me.
Yeah, he's having, but he was having a great time.
Oh, he was. I could tell he was having a great time. You know, but I could feel the testing happening. But listen, you'd have to go back 8 years ago and listen to the Julio interview to really understand why I knew that this interview would be this way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I could tell. And the Tyree interview, I'm like, oh, these are three very different guys. That's why this worked. These were three very different guys. You know,
that was my favorite part of the whole interview, is that he is not a music person. And that, I truly believe that's the reason it came together the way it did. Like an old vinyl album where the sleeve is as much a part of the album as the music that's on the vinyl. And so for me, coming from a very different place than RC, that was by far my favorite part of the interview. Is the reason he was going so nuts with all this stuff is he was having fun doing what he probably wanted to be doing in his free time, possibly, and getting paid for it. And the reason it worked also is because Bone wasn't there. And Tamika was too busy probably to look at it closely. I'm guessing, right? But no other rapper would have been like, yeah, this is great. Let's do this. But it absolutely is part of what made it be a part of my life, part of all of our lives, still to this day.
Total enchantment. Total enchantment. The yeah. I mean, basically, it confirmed everything we thought, and it's like I feel like you've seen The Force Awakens when those kids ask
Bro,
Han Solo if the Force is real, and he says, "Yeah, all of it, all of it."
someone send help to check on It's a Crazy Life, bro. He's really struggling. This, I think, I think this fucked his life up.
The
It's a Crazy Life just couldn't. He just can't fathom that these answers. He's just like, I look, okay. You either perceive these as someone else just said, Don dodged a lot of questions. He either dodged a lot of questions or he just didn't give the answer that you thought. I don't know, man. Listen, he made a whole fucking album that you had to decode, you guys. Did you think he was just going to come on here and give you straight fucking answers?
Just hand the answer key to the public. It was also, it was 30 years ago.
Decode the fucking interview.
Yes.
Decode the fucking interview.
We basically,
listen,
you guys
brother,
just made a new Eternal cover in video format.
He didn't just let me do an interview. I had to give him an outline in advance. You think that he just went, oh, that's cool, and he didn't look at this and put thought into this? Decode the fucking interview. I dare you.
Back rooms. There's the what did you call it last time? The dance. This was a different kind of dance, and dude, I'm speechless, man, and I'm thrilled. This, man, dude, if you didn't get it, man, a whole lot was going on. This thing was phenomenal, and and don't let it upset you. Bask in the glory of the moment. Yeah,
man. That's what I'm doing. We're basking in the glory. Phenomenal interview. I really hope for RC that we get to meet him while we're out there. I think we will. I think he wants to meet RC. He's talked to me for a long time. You heard, hey, you're a cool dude, but you heard what he said about RC. He wants to meet RC. And so,
Cecil, you're a cool guy, but your buddy there.
Yeah. He's like, oh,
tell me more about that other guy.
You're a cool guy. Yeah, you're a cool guy.
But imagine someone basically building a shrine in your honor for something you did 30 years ago. Like, he can show that off to whoever he wants, and like, look what these guys made about me.
Oh, this was like a dissertation on his prized
Absolutely.
possession.
Like, how cool would that be to have someone make something like that for your work, paying tribute? You know what I mean?
And oh, by the way, guys, I got this stack of DVDs of unseen footage by anybody for a for a movie that was 20 years ahead of Black Mirror Bandersnatch. He had the idea back in '96. Choose your own adventure movie. Shot all the footage. Going to figure out how to piece it all together. And all those cool concepts that they had, how ahead of their time were they? What a shame. And the paradox of it all, we talked about this, is that all these things didn't happen because Eazy passed away, but all these things did happen because Eazy passed away. So again, we got this dichotomy, everything is two meanings, as above, so below, this, up, down, the timelines, the multiverse. There's a multiverse where Eazy's still alive, and the Bone story got completed. There's a storyline where Bone loved all the artwork and was cooperative and let them do everything that they had in mind. And did you feel like your theory about the that video idea you had, Cecil, about combining the 4 music videos together, that it was a consistent storyline?
Fuck, I meant to ask him about fucking the fucking guy being and looking in my eyes.
And look at him. Oh wait, what?
The fucking angel of death isn't looking in my eyes, and he's still following him the fuck around, bro.
Wow. Did he have, when he mentioned? So I guess for RC in the text, in all the files we gave Donald, was the Muse part in there? Or was he just doing a Donald thing, tricking us with the shadow for crazy? No, okay. So maybe, I mean, maybe he watched the Muse video. I don't know. But if he didn't watch the Muse video, what a coincidental, playing with these guys around saying that there's a shadow on crazy. That was a wild part. But those DVDs, man, that is crazy.
First of all, okay. Now you guys know that there's at least one other fucking clean skull. When he gave me mine, he said, I have a couple of these. He goes, and we used them in different ways. And if you notice on mine's a little split. And they had to cut mine and then put it back together for whatever reason, to lay it flat against something. So they did different things with different ones. And you see, he still had one of the little ones. So so there's that. That's out there. The DVDs, boy. You think I'm giving up now? You think it's over now, Don? You just told me you got these DVDs. You think it's over now, Don?
And how about the crystal ball? The first of the month crystal ball in the flesh was there.
He still got the Ouija board. He thought he left it somewhere. So
with blood on it.
With blood on it. Not real blood. He says.
And did we get E.1999? No, because we couldn't find out what book it was for Busy, but I don't think Don was holding back on that one. Maybe he was. I don't know.
It's a Crazy Life is just absolutely going bananas.
I gotta scroll this.
I like that. I like that this what's the fucking movie where Jim Carrey keeps seeing the numbers and shit and is absolutely bananas?
Number 22 or number 23.
Yeah. That's It's a Crazy Life right now. He's fucking he's losing his mind.
Let's see how crazy. Could you read the text? Is too much. I have so much on my screen.
It's just so much, but It's a Crazy Life just thinks that Don must be the most evil human being there is, and that he's just avoiding his evilness.
But he created the album cover to your favorite album of all time.
Well, he believes that it led him to wickedness.
Oh. Well, but all of the rest of us read the CD. Like I held that Mystic Oracle thing up to the mirror years ago. I mean, I don't know if I read it out loud. I don't know but I did look at it and read it all. And man, I made the Decoding video, so I had to have read it. So I turned out okay. I mean, I'm pretty wacky, but I'm not evil. I'm with the light, or whatever you want to call
it. Yeah, well, listen, you either got what you wanted out of this or you didn't. That's it. That's all I can say about it.
I mean, I know in the text I said, when you had asked, I was like, it's killing me. But no, I was grinning ear to ear. I loved every minute of it. I love Don, dude. I love everything he did, man. Close Encounters. He didn't want to be called a wizard. I wonder if he likes being a magician. I'm not sure. I was trying to think of the proper title.
I like that he at least laid out for us that the whole vision was that, like, the art of war should have had its own map, so RC was onto something there. It should have, it would have had its own map and they would have connected. And, I liked that. Crazy says he dodged and lied about stuff there are receipts on. Well, bro, everybody, how many times have I said everybody, this is 30 years ago. Everybody remembers things differently and has their own side of the story. It's like a lot of people don't think it's the truth unless Bone said it.
and plus, I mean, factor in the cancer part. Like we kind of breezed over that, but if you think you're not going to be present on the planet because you're diagnosed with something, you're going through it, you come to grips with the other realm, that you're probably about to enter that, and then you're still here 30 years later. That's pretty amazing. And that doesn't happen by chance. I mean, some could say it happens by medical miracles or modern medicine, but there was a lot of synchronicity there. And when you're in this sync, I kept thinking about throughout the whole show, I kept thinking of The Alchemist. I don't know if you guys read The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, but he talks about that the spirit travels from person to person. And Donald kept talking about how there's a cycle that continuously repeats. I thought of the Ouroboros, and I thought of a bunch of things. Pretty sure it means something specific, but I kept thinking of The Alchemist. And in The Alchemist book, there's a spirit that enters the person that's worthy, and the person can possess that spirit so long as they're worthy. But when they're no longer worthy, it then leaves them and the spirit transfers. And you could go through the pick of destiny if you're going down the Tenacious D route, like all the Guitar Heroes over time. Or you could think of like athletes. Michael Jordan had the spirit with him, but then he didn't have it when he was on the Wizards. He wasn't worthy as a wizard. He was worthy as a bull, and he was worthy once he completed his story arc, the three-peat with the 2 years in between. Think about Jim Carrey, how he was on top of the world and he had the spirit with him, but nobody even cares about Jim Carrey anymore. Eminem had the spirit. He was on top of the world. Nobody cares about him. DMX had the spirit for a period of time. Bone Thugs and Harmony had that spirit for a brief moment as well. And we call that 7-year period, the golden era of Bone. But like that 95, 96 spirit, on top of all that, factor in the Eazy-E death. And I forgot how Donald framed it. He had a way to contextualize Eazy's passing, and that also made it made you think. Also, I was interested that about when we asked about where the recording of Eazy came from. I thought, wow, that's interesting. I don't know if he was just playing into the character, but he said we're not going to go there. And what that made me think of, though, was when I heard Eazy on the phone for that first time. I'm telling you, man, that really tripped me out hearing that, just thinking like, did Eazy pick up the phone? Again, I'm young. I'm like 16. And I pondered, like, how did they do that? I mean, obviously they could have just had that recording, but I was like, were they just sitting on this recording? Because it's so specific and so profound what Eazy was saying in that. And it was so out of character. It wasn't like something I would have pictured Eazy-E saying based on the Eazy I knew at the time. Now I'm like, okay, maybe he could have said that, but I don't know. So that part really intrigued me of the interview, the part of Eazy, and just thinking of how much the two dimensions that happen, the Eazy never dies and the Eazy dying, which is the one we're in, how different the world becomes in each timeline.
Yeah, it's, man, these fucking things take a lot out of me. That one was a dance, boy.
His bookcase too. Can you imagine what is Donald reading? Like, he must have the best book collection. Well, RC's got quite the book collection too. I have quite the PDF collection, but the actual physicals mean something more than just getting a file.
No, that was exhausting to watch. Like, I was fully hypnotized, so I can't imagine what it was like having to navigate the document and spar with him without pushing it too far, which you didn't do.
Well, I love how fucking just the
this feels like the beginning of a new timeline, a new storyline. Like this, I don't think this is the last of Don. The Don continues. The creepy part was what did he say about it? He's going to see RC or something. Here's what I thought about. This is what I wanted to bring up. The ether, not just the ether, but in the White Book by Machiavelli, it talks about there's this other realm that's out there, and like the adepts and the those that have the spirit, they're able to communicate in this other realm. I don't know what that other realm is. I don't even know what it was called, but Nas had that song called Ether. I know it was like a diss track to Jay-Z. I was out of the whole rap scene at that point when that came out, but this ether realm is like a place that I don't know about, but it's written about in the White Book. Additionally, the Thuggy was also in the White Book, and it was how Donald described it. I remember when I read it, and when I was in our White Book classes that we did, the whole Thuggy thing was like a significant thing. And since I wasn't adept to know what I was hearing, but I remembered, seeing how people took that whole thing. So not only that, when he mentioned, tying the Thuggy back to Calvin Butts, when he says that we're not against rappers, we're against those thugs.
I love when he said that. He said he did it like twice. I loved it both times.
Yeah, and there's something about that, because even when PBD talks about that line from Calvin Butts, there's something encoded into that. I don't know what it is, but there's something there with it, because that part's endured. Everybody remembers that part from Thuggish Ruggish Bone just as much as they remember the verses and the chorus. So what a thing, man. And speaking of Calvin Butts, there's also a really interesting, if you're into philosophy in terms of two opposing sides philosophically discussing something, there is a Calvin Butts versus Ice-T debate. It's from like Oakland or somewhere, or not Oakland, LA. It's a debate online, and it's quite an interesting debate to watch. And I don't know what it's called, but not the sophistry of it, but Ice-T's perspective and Ice-T's answers. He actually defends like hip hop in a way that makes it where you can't debate it. Ice-T he's an amazing philosopher, and he was able to go against Calvin Butts and like two other people that were all against Ice-T, and he properly defended his position and what he was doing. And to the point where the city council just told him, like, we don't even know how to defeat you. Could you just stop? And Ice-T's like, no, you gave up on all these people. They came to me, and I'm giving them the love that you didn't give them. So, you threw these people away. You discarded them. They came to me. And so it's really interesting.
I'm pretty fucking tired. I've had a long day, but there's a couple things that we said we were going to touch on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's get them, because we're going on 4 hours and I'm smoked.
All right. I'll take it from the top. We got the 127,000 subs. We covered that. Before you get into your parks, that could take up a lot of the show. I just want to cover a couple things here. And I know I just talked a long time, but so I want to bring to everybody's attention that we have two cool projects going on in the Discord, created by Discord members. The first one is the BTNH Universe website. The website address is infinityfree.me. I'll paste it in the comments into the chat. And it's like it's the whole entire Bone expanded universe. It's every album Bone has, and it's all linked to all the tracks. And no matter what Bone fan you are, there's going to be something on there that you've never seen before. I seen like three. So the person that put this together is Landon, and he goes by I'm Lanconic. That's his handle on Discord. And when we were talking last night, I saw like 3 albums. I was like, I didn't even know this even existed. So if, I saw new things, you guys want to check it out, bonetracker.infinityfree.me, BTNH Universe, the whole Bone expanding universe. And it relates to this other project, but they weren't created in conjunction. So the other project is it's the matrixofrap.com. Cortez put that one together, and this maps out the family tree of Bone, and along with Eazy-E, Ruthless, and it just continuously maps out Bone, Mo Thug, Seven Sign, the whole thing. But the entire website itself also does family trees for Wu-Tang Clan, NWA, Gangstar, a ton of others. So it's an interesting project, and it seems to be like an open source project where it wants other people to collaborate and build on these family trees. And I think it links out to like Wikipedia. So both of these projects are phenomenal. Definitely check out the BTNH Universe. It's amazing how it got put together. All the album covers are there. Everything is dynamically linked to the actual tracks. This is a phenomenal resource for the Bone community. And it spawned from the efforts that other members of the Discord did when we made that spreadsheet, Cold Blooded and others. it was based out of that database I had made with Access, but Access, that's hard for people to navigate. So we just made it into a flat spreadsheet. I was like, hey man, I wonder if AI could convert this into a mobile app. And I Am Lanconic took it upon himself to put that together. And he also was like, hey man, I'm for people collaborating. There's no gatekeeping on this thing. So if you guys want to see an amazing bone project, like this is actually a big deal. This is collecting the collection and making it available, clickable, linkable. Everything links out to YouTube audios. Definitely give that a check out. So I just wanted to give Landon a big shout out for putting that together, as well as everybody else that helped him with it, and to Cortez for making the family tree site, Matrix of Rap. Both of them amazing projects. So props.
All thanks to bringing everyone together on the Beyond the Harmony Discord, which is the place to be.
Yep.
Something that I'm just reading that I feel bad I have to announce on the show, but it has to be announced. An hour ago, it was announced that John the Goat from BT&H Board passed away.
What? What?
Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. So while we were in the interview, that was announced, which is absolutely a tragic loss, obviously to the world. To us as a community, he's been an absolute pillar to our community for many years, and the backbone to BT&H Board for many, many years, and a resource to me and very helpful to me in a lot of ways. And he's been a great colleague over the last 8 years building this whole thing. And I'm kind of in disbelief reading this right now on Facebook. It was announced an hour ago. So our condolences to John's family. And what a fucking absolute loss to our bone community.
Wow. Oh, dude.
So that's tough. But I wanted to make sure that it was said and that we acknowledged it, because he, like I said, I mean, saying he was a pillar isn't even a strong enough word to describe the guy. And as we were talking about the DAT tapes and shit in the Discord a couple days ago, people were tagging him, and it was weird. I saw him start to type, and it said John was typing, and then he didn't type anything, and he didn't say anything.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
I was like sitting waiting to see what he was going to say, and then it just stayed there like that.
Yeah. So who knows what his last message to Beyond the Harmony would have been, but wow, that's fucking, what an emotional episode.
Wow. Wow, man.
I will I'll touch on a lot of, we did the DAT tape situation. Shout out to everybody that was I guess I would call it an investor at this point in getting those. I did receive them today, and we're on to part 2 of the journey. And I look forward to doing that next part, and what we're gonna do, and what a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job everybody did. And the fact that we pulled two things. The fact that we pulled it together in 24 hours, incredible. The fact that we as a team decided we're not going to bid each other up. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. We're all going to get behind each other and make it happen. And it made people that normally would say, bro, I can't drop $1,500 on this. I would love to have that. I would, but like, that's not real. It made it real for us all. Everybody that did it is now part of a private group called the DAT Stakeholders. And, I guess I have the physical item in my possession, but I literally have a percentage that all of those people own. And we're going to use this to our advantage going forward. First, we're going to get all the music we can off of it. And then we own these items. And some of them, it's like, hey, man, we got to hold this, right? We got to hold this. The graveyard shift, master dat, we got to hold this, right? Because there isn't a value we can put on it. So as Beyond the Harmony, it's like, we got to hold it. But some of the other ones, once we get the music off them, as a group, then we make the fucking decision, hey, do we sell this to a collector to get the money to buy the next big thing? And I think that this is a really cool idea. I kind of want to, people are going to give a little shit on this, but I saw actually it was Logan Paul who kind of has a website where you can do similar things with like Pokemon cards where, you can own a piece of it. Now, I don't know on their side what the fuck that even means to say you own, a piece of a Pokemon card. But over here, it means that we can make unanimous group decisions to buy the next big thing, sell off this item we have, and let's buy the next big thing. Whether it's a fucking another DAT. I mean, I don't know what else it would be, right? I guess it would be, if Don would have said there was only one skull and we wanted to own it, I guess it could be that. I don't know. It's got to be something crazy. But now we own as Beyond the Harmony, and when I say Beyond the Harmony, I mean that, us and the stakeholders, we own this real fucking item, items, plural. And we can kind of do whatever the fuck we want with them. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get the fucking songs off them. When we get the songs off them, boy, for everybody that pitched in, I will be making 100 limited edition, hand numbered physical copies. Everybody that pitched in, you're getting one.
There's 27. I wanted to point out that we have 27 contributors thus far.
The rest of them, we're going to come up with a number that, and then there'll be some sort of fancy thing that you'll be able to buy, and we'll donate you one of the other discs. I won't ever do more than 100 of them. And then the music will be free on the internet. I don't plan on putting it up on like Spotify. I don't own it. We don't own the masters. We don't own anything like that. I feel very safe doing 100 short pressed CDs for you guys, but we don't own it. It won't go on to Spotify. It won't do any of that kind of shit. So once it comes out, it's yours. We own it. It's out there. But there's brand new songs we're going to have. So there's that. We're going to make a lot of moves there. Speaking of brand new songs, before this ever happened, I announced that I was working with Too True on some shit. And what's crazy is there's tracks on the Too True record that only me, I don't even think John's heard them yet. I played them for Matt. Ripst has heard them. Brain Ghost has heard them, because those two have been instrumental in, we've been taking these songs and songs that were so slowed down because they were captured from an old shitty cassette and just sounded terrible. These guys have really, I mean, you want to talk about turn these motherfuckers around. It's incredible what they did. Do they sound like CD quality audio? Nah, they don't. But like, if you enjoy the Art of War pre-releases, you're going to have no problem with this. And we're gonna have a like, there's gonna be like an explainer track that kind of explains every track, gives you a little information on it and everything. So yeah, man, I'm really excited. We're doing that before we do the DATs. The DAT, release is kind of like the long game. So don't expect that next week. Let me cook. I'm gonna make it special for you. If you make me do it faster, I'm gonna try to get the music as fast as I can. But even that, I want to do right. I want to document it. We're literally making history. So I want to do that right. So just kind of let me cook on that, and as long as you do, I promise you I'll make it worth it.
I seen some of the art for it. I really like what you're doing there.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna show the Two True shit right now.
Nice.
So I'm gonna, I don't know if this is the absolute final of the Two True, but this is kind of what it's gonna be. And let me try to put it together real quick for y'all.
I like that we got a stakeholders. While you're pulling that up, the DAT Stakeholder Society of the Skull and Crossroads Society is pretty cool. That we got that now.
All right. Let me save this shit. Oh, hold on, y'all. I didn't plan on doing this, but the interview was kind of crazy to me. This news about John kind of just shook me. And so I'm gonna show y'all this, kind of for John, because I know that he would be he would be thrilled to see this. So
plus it's been 4 hours.
Right.
So
we might
if you're still here.
All right, let me.
Oh, you know what would be appropriate? Like right as you pull it up. So Crazy's requesting a moment of silence for John the Goat Basil, which feels pretty appropriate for us to do at this point. So as Cecil cues that up, we're going to take a moment of silence and think of all the contributions John the Goat Basil has provided us over the years. Wish him a proper journey to the next realm. And so let's just bow our heads. Wow, dude, it's crazy that happened tonight too. Of all nights. How did somebody even find that out?
A family member posted.
Wow.
All right. Okay. I hope y'all are ready. Here is, including the track list, here is the upcoming Too Good to Be True, the unreleased tapes, 1993 to 1997. And I'm hoping this gets turned into a physical as well. This is going to go up on their Spotify. I'm hoping that we get the chance to do a physical as well. But shout out to Archie and Jazz, who have been side by side. And we have other Two True projects that are going to happen as well. We have additional Two True music. But these ones all kind of had that Art of War pre-release quality, and they all kind of fit that 93, 97 Two True style. So here we go. So this is the current drafted up artwork. We might make some changes here or there, but it includes a cut song from Mo Thug family reunion that we believe was actually most likely the family reunion intro song. And Cat Cody, Crazy, Thug Queen, Sin, Felicia, Potion, and Lazy Bone are all on it. A song called Too Good to Be True, which I think you guys are going to love. Very like, they go over historic stuff. Are You Ready? The remix from their album. It features an entire Lazy Bone verse and a little Crazy Bone intro. The historic Invitation to a Gunfight that I've heard about this song since my childhood. I think DNA Level C like talked about it, but nobody had really heard it unless you lived in like Cleveland. And it's on there. A song called The Man, a song called Caught Up in the Game, and then there's one called Tombstone Rest in Peace, and that also features Crazy Lazy and Boogie and Mo Hart from the Poetic Hustlers. So this is
ain't no hose around me.
Oh yeah, and ain't no and that one features Crazy Bone. That one goes hard as fuck. So yeah.
I see Mr. Thoroughbreds on the Invitation to a Gunfight on that Archie Blaine CD. It was just the instrumental.
Yeah.
And as far as Thoroughbred goes, I heard I've been going down a Eric Wilson rabbit hole, and there's this cool track. It's Eric Wilson and Mr. Thoroughbred. The title of it's No It Ain't. It's a new song too. It's not old. It's new. It's pretty cool. And Thoroughbred's also on the song Confluence that Eric was talking about in that interview we did with him.
Yeah, so that is the artwork. Shout out to Brain Ghost and Rips to Bone from the Discord. Dog. When I say they've worked religiously, not only have they worked religiously, but like I was like, listen, it's very important to not leak these. And I'm going to ask everybody to not harass these guys to leak it, because they've been kind of like sworn to a different level where I was like, look, this isn't just some songs. This means a lot to Too True, to Archie and to Jazz. And these are like the last things that they had. You know, they've kept these things to themselves, these songs. And, you know, they're finally going to give these to the fans. And so, you know, to me, it was very important to assemble a team that I knew that I could trust and that would understand like, hey, this is more than just leaking some songs. You know, I need y'all on board with the mission. And they've been phenomenal, man. Brain and fucking Rip, dude. We've built such a great team. Like the Beyond the Harmony team is like fire, right? Now we've really built a fucking army, and it's at different levels. And I'm looking for more people. I need somebody. I want us on Spotify and shit. I don't have time to convert 6 seasons, you know, but I got it set up, and I want to work with somebody that's willing to set them up and wants to work with me on doing that. And, you know, but it's like everybody's been like jumping in lately and taking a piece. It's like Joe Cal and Lib and like Crep. Those are kind of like the guys that like they're really instrumental in helping build Beyond the Harmony weekend. And then I got like Brain and Ghost, or Brain and Rip, and they're really working on like the music shit. You see, we just brought on the Is This Mic On team, and they're fucking you know, they're gonna take a show. We got a great team. Cold Blooded helps us out. Obviously RC Thugs to there's so many people, right? Even the Bone Stakeholders Association of America, or whatever the fuck it is. So and
Landon and Cortez creating those sites,
right?
Like that BTH universe took so much off my plate, man. Like you have no idea. So yeah. This past ever since BTH weekend, man, it's been like nonstop cool stuff, one thing after another. Lazy Bone, I forgot all about Lazy, right? Lazy and Blaze and that real cool episode you guys did, and all the stuff going on in the Discord, the Two True, oh, freaking K Chill. I mean, K Chill's got this cool song with Lazy Bone out, The God's Plan, and the interview he did with is the Mike On podcast in St. Clair. Like, really cool stuff has happened the past 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
There was questions
shit.
about is the Two True going to make it to physical?
I hope so. You know, that's the plan. The plan is yes. I don't want to 100% say that, and you know, I hope so. I'm working with them to yes, especially where like I don't know what hurdles they'll run into with that going on their streaming. So I'm hoping that it gets preserved in some way in case there's a hurdle there that we're not anticipating. So like, you know, I hope so, yes. That's what I'm working towards.
The is there any update on Dash? Is it still dropping July 3rd?
That's the plan. Lazy Bone 99 is cooking. The plan is to for it to still drop. I just talked to Lazy a few days ago, and he's looking forward to meeting with Beyond the Harmony while we're out there. And yeah, things are still killing it. People have been getting all their merch, lazybone99.com, and that's going really well.
Hey, let me say this too. When I had pre-ordered, or whatever you call it, pre-sale, the K-Chill God's Plan, and getting to hear it on opening day when it came out, I had hearing K-Chill like come in on that, you know, on the intro of it. It had the same impact for me that when I heard when Rakim came out as a solo artist after all the years away from Eric B and Rakim, when The Return, the song The Return by Rakim came out, and like there was like that moment where you're like, yo, we're hearing Rakim again. And I got that same like, yo, K-Chill is still the big man on campus. He's still the boss. And I love that song, man. I played it like on repeat at least 5 times on my morning walk. And I think it was a perfect like return single for K-Chill. So if y'all haven't gotten God's Plan, K-Chill featuring Lazy Bone, it's a really cool song. You know, every line was meant by both guys. Like it wasn't a throwaway. They made that track because they wanted to make it. And there's even a Band-Aid Boys reference by Lazy in the song too for Fairy Tale Land. So really cool entry into the Bone universe. I really appreciated that track. So props to K-Chill.
Yeah.
I just want to backpedal for a second too, back to the DATs and shout out Joe Cal. I just brought Joe Cal up, but you know, when the DAT thing was happening and I was trying to rally people and John was trying to rally people and move it. Joe Cal hits me and he goes, yo, Cecil, I got $1,000 on that. Don't worry about it. I got you. And he goes, if it has to go to 2,000, I got you. Don't worry about it. And I said, okay, bro. I said, I really appreciate that. We'll make it happen. And I'll do everything I can to recoup the money. And he was like, yeah, man, that's cool. He's like, if you don't, it's all right. And obviously, very successfully, in less than 24 hours of him giving it to me, we recouped the entire $1,500. And as I'm recouping it, you know, they were already in transit. Joe Cal wasn't going to let that shit go. So he made it happen. And then we gave him the $1,500 back. And he said, here's $500 of the 15. Put that towards the next part of making this real. So just shout out to Joe Cal, who, like, you know, he had no idea. First of all, he was going to give me $2,000 if that's what it took, with no idea if it was coming back. And that's how much the guy believes in what we do. And, you know, I'm very thankful that all of you, you know, it took $100 there, $20 here, $50 there, and look at what we've done, dude. And we've done this more than once. It's like this cool shit we want to do. Like, yeah, we can't do it as just one person, but like us together, and the fact that we've actually really truly built an actual real community where it's like we need $1,500 today and we can do this. But y'all don't even know, bro, like those auctions went up. There's a fucking frenzy on BT&H board, on fucking our Discord. Everybody, dog, a frenzy, right? Back to our staff. Rips the Bone and Brain are talking to me in our side chat. They said, hey, Cecil, this is the record store that's actually selling these. Give me all the information, da-da-da-da. I call the motherfucking record store voicemail. I call the record store voicemail. I realize it's like a record store, but it's like a private thing. It's not like a building on the fucking strip. It's like out of the guy's like house or some shit. There's a second number. I call the second fucking number. Guy picks up, and I was like, oh, is this whatever the fuck it is? And he goes, nah, but I know him. And I said, okay, he's got your number listed on his website. And I said, I'm trying to reach him, do a possible sale, blah, 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 this and that. And he goes, okay. He goes, he should get back to you. If he doesn't, let me know. And then I was like, fuck it. I text the guy, and I was like, yeah, I haven't heard back. And then I was like, yo, why haven't I just texted the first number? So I text the first number. And at first, I'm just hitting walls with the guy. He's just like, I'm not doing any eBay business, not on eBay. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm really trying to make an offer, da-da-da-da-da. And he's like, yep, eBay. And I'm like, fuck this motherfucking shit, right? He won't even hear me out. And then I don't know what it was. If I told, I think I kind of explained the situation, right? And all of a sudden, everyone's reporting, bro, they're all taken off eBay. Now, I don't find out that he took them off eBay for us until after they're already taken down. It's not like he told me I'm taking them down and then they came down. So all of a sudden I'm like, fuck, some motherfucker, bro, some motherfucker. And they all get taken down, and probably an hour later he messages me, goes, okay, make your offer. So I'm like, all right, well, I want to reward the guy, but I don't, I don't want to fuck us either. So I'm like, look, man, they're worth about $1,000 to me, right? Realistically, they're unreleased songs. The $2,000 Joe Cal number is what I had in mind. And he goes, I was thinking more like $2,000. And I was like, all right, brother. I'm like, look, man, I go, they're DAT tapes that you haven't listened to. They could be blank. They might not work. They might not this. They might not that. I go, but I want this to be fair for you. I said, why don't we meet in the middle at 1,500? I said, I know that you're a business. I go, but you're a guy that owns a record store. You must care about the music. And I said, and just so you know, this would be going to a community of people that aren't looking to just like resell it for a profit. Like, we really love this music, and this is like a thing. And he goes, okay, I'll do that for you. So 20 minutes after that, Joe Cal sent him the money. But an hour goes by, and I'm like, hey, just want to confirm that you got him. And probably 20, 30 minutes after that, he sends me a picture of him at the post office. He got the fucking money, immediately boxed him up and sent him out. They touched down today. So that's the DAT story. It literally took, they hit it. I had to get somebody to invest. I had to track the motherfucker down and harass him. He took down all his auctions except for Poetic Hustlers. He just wouldn't do it. We have a theory that because when you look up Poetic Hustlers albums, they all get listed at like $100. And, we know they get listed at that price just because the rarity of them not being printed in a mass production. But our theory is he's seeing that, thinking this DAT was like the most valued of them all, which, in the reality, it's one of the lower valued ones. So he just wouldn't make that part of the deal. No matter what the fuck I did, he wouldn't make that part of the deal. But it was all right as long as we got the other ones. And, had to negotiate the deal, get the money, raise the money, pay the investor back. But now we got him, so we're on to part 2.
Yeah, and whatever we do with it in the end, it could just create that this one moment, this one purchase here may flip into, so many additional purchases without us having to even pony up any additional funds. So, I mean, obviously maybe a couple things here and there, but this could be the spawn of a flip, like the flippening, the eternal flip into relic after relic after relic. So off of just the initial investment.
We are chasing the Poetic Hustlers one down. Like, we came up with a dollar figure that I'm going to stop at. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we obtain that one too. But if not, I think that was just the mixes. Unfortunately, all this shit came from Romeo's locker. If you go on eBay right now, you're going to see a fuck ton of plaques that they blanked out the person's name. The guy won't answer me because I was like, yo, are these from the Romeo locker? He won't answer me. But let me tell you what, there's no coincidence, they're obviously Romeo's plaques. So
he's taken this pretty good in stride, surprisingly.
Well, like with the Dats, he was like yeah, bro, I got all the Pro Tools sessions of that shit. He's like, I wouldn't have it. I don't care about a DAT tape. And then the plaques probably hurt more. I didn't ask him about the plaques. I didn't want to be that guy like, hey, did you see your fucking plaques all over eBay? The DATs were different because I wanted information. But like, what can I say about the plaques, right? Like, fucking sucks.
There's no discussion there. It's just, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least with the DATs, like and like somebody was like, yo, how did he feel about you buying the DATs? But he was like very happy that Beyond the Harmony bought them and that, just not some fucktard motherfucker bought them and is just like, flipping them and not even knowing what they are. Like he was very happy. And like, ask John sees all the messages that come through on the Beyond the Harmony number. And Romeo must have told me about these DAT tapes for an hour or more.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I just want to give another plug to Is the Mic On podcast for this specific reason. So, in the early days Beyond the Harmony, we did a lot of questions of the week, questions of the day, but we just been too busy to film anymore. And part of that tradition is why I kind of liked how I got into Is the Mic On podcast, is that they kind of have a question of the week, question of the day per episode, but it's like a 2-hour long discussion. So if you've been missing the question of the week series, right now you could get your fix with Is the Mic On. And they have actually some pretty good questions of the day, questions of the week when I see them. In fact, some of them are so good, Cecil's called in a few times to participate in them. So y'all check them out. If you haven't checked them out already, give them a check out. You'll see their questions. And there's also an episode that me, Matt, and Cecil participated in with Mr. Murder Mo. We got to see his awesome collection that he has. So if y'all ain't seen that yet, y'all got to see Mr. Murder Mo's collection. And
Is This Mic On is now officially Beyond the Harmony affiliates. It doesn't mean that their show's still happening. Their podcast is still happening over on Is This Mic On podcast. If you guys haven't subscribed over there, or if you haven't subscribed to The Real Lazy Bone on YouTube, please do both of those. They're still going to do their show in the format that they do. Their Beyond the Harmony segments are going to be set up more like a Beyond the Harmony interview. It's just they'll be doing it. It's kind of cool, right? It's like it's going to be Beyond the Harmony style, but it's going to be with that group of guys instead of this group of guys. And like I said, we're calling it Serving the Fiends because we know the Beyond the Harmony fans, we know the Beyond the Harmony fans can't get enough. So they're coming over to serve the fiends up. So all those episodes will be right here on Beyond the Harmony. And hopefully this means we're going to expand the Beyond the Harmony network. That's something we've always wanted to do, which is offer you lots of content, not just from us. And so this is hopefully the start of it. They're excited to do it. And, I had a long meeting with them and They're excited. I'm excited. I think it's going to be great. I was really happy with their K-Chill interview. I set that up, and I had faith in them to do that. And
it's really cool that that the Beyond the Harmony Network was something Cecil and I had envisioned from the beginning, and to the point where we even paid to have a 3D intro created for the BTH network. Not saying that we need to still use it all these years later, but just I'm pointing it out just to say that we believed in this concept way back. Same with the collectors part and the community that we're building and the Skull and Crossroads Society, like all these things. In fact, the Skull and Crossroads Society dates back to 2017. I remember being in a hotel in either North Carolina or Dallas talking to you about it. And yeah, it was 2017. Yeah. So before we even did our first show, we had the concept, you even drew up the artwork for it. So the network, the society, all this stuff, it takes time. It's all about perfect timing. But like the whole vision is filling out the vision that was, this is some Donald Cunningham thing. You envision something and then it comes into fruition. You speak it. We use the symbols. We used all those things to make all this happen. So this is all Heaven's movie in real time. You're watching it. You're living it.
Crazy wants to know who did the intro for tonight's show. If you're talking about the video intro, that's me. I mean, the first few seconds or whatever is still Aaron Purnell. I always use that few seconds with the car and the fucking Eternal sign and all that. But I do the fucking intros every year, man. Every fucking year. Hey, let's take a quick commercial break just to flex that Beyond the Harmony Network shit.
Graveyard Shift, and you're listening to Beyond the Harmony.
And we are back with it, back at it. We appreciate everybody hanging out. Make sure y'all hit. I think super chat. Every time I do the commercial, it replays all the super chats. I thought new super chats were coming in. Every time I do the commercials, it does this. It just like re-triggers the fucking super chats. But yeah, if you're not part of the Skull and Crossroads Society, you can join it. It's $2.99 a month, and it helps show us a lot of support. There's a lot of things you can do to support. If you're not part of the Discord, make sure you join the motherfucking Discord. We are in season 6 right now, and the next episode we do, as of now, is going to be planned for July 9th, and it'll be a live in-person situation. I got a lot of kinks to work out. John won't be there with us, so I'm trying to figure out how to pipe John into the situation. So I got some technical things. Literally, we're traveling with equipment. I'm flying with I'm buying this bag so I can fly with my Roadcaster and my mic and all this shit to LA. RC's trucking it a bunch of stuff. And the plan is to have K-Chill on live in person because, bro, how important is it? Oh, what did I do? Lost me for a second. How important is it as we fly out to LA to see Bone do the Hollywood Walk of Fame? K-Chill's going to be there, that we get K-Chill in person. Because don't forget, this all starts with K-Chill. We get K-Chill in person for an in-person interview in LA when we do the Walk of Fame. So he was on, K-Chill was on episode 1 of this season. That was just like a little mini whatever. But we're going to dig in about the album. So the next episode is just in a couple weeks. It's going to be live. It's going to be on the 9th. You know how these in-person interviews go. I have no fucking idea what it's going to be like, but we will be at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And that's the day on the 8th that we're hoping, if you're a Beyond the Harmony fan and you're there and you're trying to meet with us and do shit, we're hoping to meet you then. Our Airbnb is a little ways away, but we got a pool and shit, and we're hoping to, utilize that with some of the fans. But if not, we're going to find something right there and meet with everybody. I know Cold Blooded's going to be there. A few other people are going to be out there. So on the 8th, we are doing the Walk of Fame, meeting everybody. And then the 9th, 10th, and 11th, your boys are going hard. Matt, me, and RC will be. When I say we rented a fucking Airbnb and we didn't even need to because I just don't know how much sleep we're getting, I only did it because we're on vacation, bitch, and we should be living in luxury. So, and we needed a nice place to bring the guest. And it may not be the only episode we do. I don't know. We're out there. We're going to be out there with Don, hopefully. We're going to be out there with Julio, hopefully. We're going to be out there with Lazy. We're going to the Bone Show that Friday. So we're going to be out there with the Bone 7, Chiz and fucking the original Wishbone,
Halsey Roundtree.
Yeah, so we're doing it. And RC Thugsta is putting together a Los Angeles sightseeing for us, but it's not going to be Los Angeles shit. We're going to go to all the Bone stuff we can. So the church for the CROSSROADS, even though it doesn't exist anymore, we're going to go to the building where the studio was that Notorious Thugs was recorded in. I can't believe that shut down. It shut down just a couple years ago. We're going to go to where Ruthless Records was. So he's putting together kind of like the tour. So that is in a couple weeks. We'll be in Los Angeles. It's really going down. I hope you guys are loving this once a month thing. I know that it spaces the episodes out and it's only once a month, and that part kind of sucks. But if it didn't, let me tell you what, your season would have been over by now. It would have been over in February and we would be on break. So instead, the plan right now is you get 12 episodes this season at least. And the season doesn't end until December. So I hope you guys are enjoying it. Shout out to Don Cunningham for fucking getting crossed off the bucket list. And now I need to make a new top 5. New top 5 is going down. So
what a time to be alive.
What a fucking time to be alive. I think that's everything, right?
Yeah.
That's
Indeed.
everything.
That's more than enough.
We went hard. Shout out to RC Thugsta. I can't, I get a lot of props. And I will pat myself on the back. I've been working hard to take compliments instead of push them off. And I realized that only a few people could have danced that dance verbally with Don. And what a team RC and I are. He made the perfect interview for one of the only people that could have fucking towed the line with Don Cunningham. So shout out to RC, shout out to Don, shout out to the Discord, everybody that tuned in tonight.
I think we got to figure out how to turn some of that stuff that's okay to put out there into some kind of strategy guide, the E.1999 strategy guide coffee table book. Mm-hmm. It was that good. Even Donald Cunningham thought it was good. So if it passed the Donald test, man, if it's not giving away too much, those things we could take out. But ultimately, that was some tight work RC put together. So I know it's a script for some future videos too. So that's nice.
It's going down.
Indeed.
My name is Cecil West, rocking with the one and only
Jonathan. Rest in peace to John the Goat Basil Lippy.
And he is the co-hosting, coast to coasting, come up creeper, never sour, always sweeter, ladies and gentlemen.
I am Matthew Weaver.
And on behalf of RC Thugsta, it is that time. Feenics Ryzin, bring us on home.
Beyond the harmony for the fans we celebrate.